What if the life you're living was never truly yours, but a script written to keep you asleep? And what if the only thing standing between you and freedom is the belief that you need permission to claim it? You were born into a game you never agreed to play. From your very first breath, before you could speak, before you even had the words to question anything, rules were being written for you, not in ink, not in law, but in patterns, behaviors, expectations. You were handed a script, invisible but binding, a role assigned before you ever auditioned. You didn't choose your name, you didn't choose your nationality, you didn't choose your parents, your skin color, your first language, your religion, or the neighborhood you opened your eyes in. But from the moment you arrived, all of those things began shaping how you'd be treated, what you'd be told to value, and, more importantly, what you were expected to never question. You weren't taught how to think, you were taught what to think. And if you ever dared to ask why, you quickly learned that the question itself was the problem. You see, that's the brilliance of the system. It doesn't require your permission, it just needs your participation. And by the time you're old enough to notice the cage, you've already decorated it, gotten comfortable in it, and even started defending it. What you call normal life is a script designed to keep you obedient. School wasn't about discovering who you are, it was about erasing everything that made you different. You were taught how to sit still, follow orders, memorize arbitrary information, and compete against others for validation. And if you struggled with any of that, you were labeled, pathologized, or punished. They didn't teach you how to manage your emotions. They didn't show you how to cultivate inner peace, or how to question systems of power, or how to tap into your creative genius. No, they taught you how to submit, how to comply, how to become a cog in a machine you never built and don't benefit from. Look around. The world wasn't made for you, it was made for your compliance. Every major institution, school, media, religion, government, feeds into the next. You're passed along from one system to another like a product on an assembly line. And with each phase, a little more of your authenticity is shaved off. Your curiosity is replaced with routine, your joy with stress, your imagination with limits. Think about it. As a child, you had dreams that made no sense. You weren't worried about bills or reputations or social norms. You were raw, free, untamed, but slowly, that freedom was squeezed out of you, replaced with fear. Fear of being wrong, fear of standing out, fear of failing. You were taught to value safety over truth, comfort over freedom, obedience over authenticity. This wasn't an accident. The game works best when you don't even realize you're playing it. When you think success means getting good grades, then a good job, then a good paycheck and a good house, and eventually a good retirement. If you make it that far. But none of it is really yours. You're climbing a ladder that was never built for your fulfillment. You're chasing a definition of success designed to keep you tired, distracted, and busy chasing more. You were never supposed to stop and ask more of what, for whom, and at what cost. The people who profit off this game don't need you to thrive. They just need you to keep moving, keep consuming, keep doubting yourself enough to follow their lead. And every time you try to step outside the line, you're reminded, subtly or directly, that rebellion has consequences. They don't need to use chains anymore. They use paychecks, deadlines, social shame, student loans, the silent terror of becoming irrelevant. You were born into a system that requires your exhaustion, that needs your attention, that feeds on your energy. But here's the part they hope you never realize. None of it is real. The job titles, the social hierarchy, the standards of beauty, intelligence, and worth, they're all artificial constructs designed to keep you comparing, competing, conforming. They keep you focused outward so you never look inward, so you never remember that you were whole before they taught you to feel broken, that you were powerful before they convinced you you were weak, that you were free before they gave you a checklist and called it life. And here's the disturbing truth. Even the people closest to you might still be stuck inside the game. Your parents, they were programmed too. They pass down their fears, their trauma, their conditioning, not because they wanted to trap you, but because they never knew they were trapped themselves. This game is generational, it's ancient, and it rewards those who follow the script, while quietly discarding those who don't. If you've ever felt like something was off, like the world didn't quite make sense, like you were born into a lie that no one else seems to see, you're not broken, you're awake. But awakeness comes with pain, because once you see the game, you can't unsee it. You start to question everything: your education, your career, your relationships, your beliefs. You realize that so much of what you thought was you was just programming, and unraveling that takes time, courage, and the willingness to be uncomfortable. Because truth isn't comfortable. It doesn't feel safe, but it's the only thing that will ever set you free. So ask yourself this: how much of your life is a reflection of who you truly are, and how much is just a reaction to the game you were born into? How many choices have you made from fear rather than freedom? How many dreams have you buried just to be accepted? How much of your power have you handed away in exchange for approval? You didn't choose this game, but now that you see it, you have a choice. You can keep playing, smiling on the outside, dying on the inside, or you can begin the slow, sacred work of breaking the script, of reclaiming your mind, your time, your energy, your truth. Not all at once, not perfectly, but one truth at a time. And the first truth is this: you were not born to obey, you were born to wake up. You were never taught how the world really works. You were taught how to survive inside a version of it that was already rigged. From the outside, everything looks ordinary. Laws, jobs, elections, social norms. But peel back the surface and you'll see something far more calculated. A design, a system, a network of invisible forces working together, not to set you free, but to keep you in place. A web of control so efficient, so embedded into daily life, that most people live their entire existence without ever realizing they were being managed. Control doesn't always look like chains or guns. The most dangerous kind is the one that feels normal. It begins early, almost immediately. You're shown what's right, what's wrong, who's good, who's bad, what to believe, who to trust, what to fear. And none of it is neutral. None of it is objective. It's fed to you through carefully crafted channels. Education, media, religion, entertainment, advertising, each one presenting itself as harmless, even helpful, but beneath that surface is a common agenda. Keep you in your lane, keep you obedient, keep you distracted. Because the truth is, the world isn't shaped by the people who follow the rules, it's shaped by the people who write them, and those people don't live by the same code you're expected to follow. They're not playing the same game, they created the game. You're told that hard work leads to success, that following the law guarantees safety, that democracy ensures freedom. But what you're not told is how these promises are used to pacify you, how they lull you into trusting systems that were never built for your benefit. Look at politics. You're given the illusion of choice, a left and a right, a red and a blue, but dig deeper and you'll find they serve the same masters. Corporations, donors, lobbyists, unelected power brokers. You vote for candidates, but you're really voting inside a system owned by billionaires. And the issues that matter most, they're rarely even up for debate. This isn't about conspiracy, it's about control. The kind that hides in plain sight. The kind that doesn't need to silence you with violence when it can simply flood you with noise. That's the brilliance of modern manipulation. It doesn't try to crush your resistance. It just makes sure you never form it in the first place. The education system teaches obedience, not empowerment. It trains you to memorize, repeat, obey, preparing you for a life of compliance. Creative thinking? That's discouraged. Questioning authority? That's punished. And once you've been through years of that conditioning, you're released into a world where you're expected to be grateful for the privilege of participating in the very machine that drains your spirit. The media tells you what to fear and who to hate, not because they want to inform you, but because fear sells. Division sells. Outrage keeps you glued to the screen. And while you're distracted by the latest scandal, the real decisions, the ones that shape your future, are made behind closed doors by people you'll never meet. Entertainment numbs you. It gives you just enough escape to make you forget how trapped you feel. It floods your mind with stories, images, fantasies, anything to keep you from looking inward or questioning outward. You binge, you scroll, you consume, and you call it relaxing. But underneath, you're being kept docile, quiet, predictable. Even your beliefs aren't entirely yours. Religion can be beautiful, sacred, but it's also been used as a tool for submission. You're told to obey authority, to accept suffering, to wait for justice in the next life while remaining silent in this one. You're taught that questioning is sinful, and faith is easy to manipulate. These systems don't work independently. They reinforce one another. The classroom teaches you to conform. The news tells you who to blame. The job keeps you exhausted. The phone keeps you distracted. The culture tells you what to desire. And the algorithm ensures you never see outside the bubble. All of it is connected. All of it is controlled. And yet most people never resist, not because they agree, but because they're afraid. Afraid of losing security, afraid of being alone, afraid of being labeled a threat, a failure, a conspiracy theorist, a problem. So they play along. They shrink themselves. They silence their instincts. They smile in public while screaming internally, and they tell themselves it's normal. But ask yourself, if everything about this world feels designed to keep you small, stressed, and asleep, who benefits from that? Because it isn't you. You don't benefit from a job that pays you just enough to survive but never enough to escape. You don't benefit from laws that punish the poor but protect the powerful. You don't benefit from schools that turn passion into passivity, from media that manipulates your perception, from governments that weaponize your fear. You benefit when you're free, when your mind is your own, when your choices are aligned with your truth, when your energy builds the life you actually want, not the one you were told to want. But freedom like that is dangerous to them, because a free mind doesn't consume blindly. A free mind doesn't vote for the lesser evil. It demands better. A free mind doesn't trade its time for survival. It demands purpose. A free mind doesn't obey corrupt systems. It builds new ones. That's why the control is so deep, so psychological, so subtle. It's not about chains anymore. It's about invisible leashes, crafted from shame, fear, debt, doubt, distraction. That's what keeps the masses quiet. That's what keeps the truth buried. But maybe, deep down, you've always felt it, that this world is off, that there's something beneath the surface no one talks about, that the rules don't make sense, that the truth sounds more like marketing, that you're meant for more than this endless loop of work, worry, and weekend escapes. If that feeling lives inside you, it's not a glitch, it's not delusion, it's your signal, your intuition trying to pierce through the programming. Because the systems that manipulate the masses, they only win if you stay asleep. They only work if you keep believing their version of reality. But the moment you start seeing, truly seeing, you become dangerous. Not with violence, but with clarity. Because once you see how the system is built, you can stop fueling it. You can start choosing differently, thinking differently, and that more than anything terrifies them. This isn't about rejecting society. It's about rejecting the parts of it that were never built for your soul. It's about removing the mask, dismantling the scripts, and returning to yourself, not as a product of control, but as a force of awareness. The systems are real, the manipulation is real, but so is your power, and the moment you decide to reclaim it, everything changes. You were born into a structure so old, so deeply embedded that most people don't even see it anymore. It's like the air, always present, always influencing you, but invisible unless you know where to look. The world you live in, the one you wake up to every day, wasn't formed randomly. It was engineered, designed with intention, not for your freedom, not for your growth, but for your predictability, your obedience, your silence. There is a hidden blueprint to this society, a pattern, a layout of how power is distributed, how truth is distorted, how behavior is shaped without ever needing to be forced. And once you start to see it, nothing ever looks the same again. Because the moment you ask who designed this world, and more importantly, why, you begin to understand why you were never meant to feel free inside of it. You see, freedom sounds beautiful in speeches. It's printed on posters, engraved on monuments, recited in classrooms. But the version of freedom you've been given is conditional, shallow, cosmetic. You're free to pick your favorite brand, free to vote between pre-approved candidates, free to post online, as long as it doesn't disrupt the narrative. But you're not free to question the structure itself. You're not free to walk away without consequence. Because true freedom, emotional, intellectual, financial, spiritual freedom, disrupts the entire foundation this world is built on. So who built it? It wasn't philosophers or visionaries. It wasn't the dreamers or the mystics. It was the power brokers, the elites, the dynasties, the ones who learned long ago that control over people doesn't require chains, it just requires control over meaning, over narratives, over rules. The blueprint of society was drawn by those who understood that if you can dictate what people believe is possible, you never have to limit what they actually do. They gave you categories and roles. You're either rich or poor, educated or uneducated, successful or lazy, male or female, black or white, progressive or conservative. But none of those labels are real. They're boxes, traps, mental enclosures meant to divide you, distract you, and shape your self-perception. Because if they can get you to define yourself by a label, they can control what you think you're capable of. They gave you a ladder to climb, then made sure the top rungs were always just out of reach. They told you that if you work hard enough, keep your head down, follow the rules, you'll rise. But no one told you that the ladder itself was rigged, that the rules weren't designed to liberate you, they were designed to contain you. The blueprint favors hierarchy, not equality. It rewards those who protect the system, not those who question it. It punishes curiosity and uplifts conformity. And those who benefit most from the structure, they don't need to play by the rules, because they wrote them, and they keep rewriting them. Look at wealth. The richest people in the world don't follow the same tax laws you do. They don't deal with the same consequences. They exploit loopholes. They create offshore accounts. They influence legislation to benefit their corporations. And the irony? They're praised for it, celebrated for their intelligence, their innovation, their success, while the average person is blamed for struggling in a system designed to ensure they struggle. This is not accidental. The blueprint was designed so that the masses stay exhausted, dependent, and afraid. Because exhausted people don't rebel, dependent people don't question, and afraid people don't imagine. That's the secret. Imagination is a threat, because the moment you can imagine a different world, you start moving toward it. So they make sure your imagination is filled with fear, limitation, and doubt. You're told what success looks like: money, fame, attention, influence. But you're not told what success costs. You're not told how many people had to be silenced, ignored, or exploited so that one person could rise. You're not told that much of what's sold as achievement is just privilege dressed up as merit. They built systems to shape you, media to inform you, religion to humble you, education to train you, entertainment to sedate you. None of them are inherently evil, but all of them have been bent to serve the same design: keep people occupied with appearances while the architects move in silence. Even time itself is structured to reinforce the system. You're trained to see life in 5-day blocks. Work, wait, work again. The weekend becomes your escape, not your freedom. Your year is broken into quarterly results, fiscal targets, holidays you didn't choose but still celebrate. You don't live by the rhythm of your spirit. You live by the rhythm of the machine. And when you break the rhythm, When you step out of line, you feel it. You're judged, shunned, labeled, lazy, irresponsible, conspiratorial, unstable. Because the blueprint has a defense mechanism. It turns the programmed against the awakened. It makes the majority enforce the rules, so that those in power never have to. But the most brutal part of this design? It makes you blame yourself. When you're struggling financially, you think it's your fault. When you're emotionally numb, you think you're broken. When you're overwhelmed and unfulfilled, you believe you're just not trying hard enough. You internalize your suffering. Because the system is brilliant at making you believe that if you're not winning, it's because you failed, not because the game was rigged. This isn't a glitch. This is the design. A society where people question nothing, chase empty rewards, and remain locked in survival mode is a society that is easy to control. And control is the currency of the elite. Not wealth, not land, not votes, but control over perception, over belief, over narrative. And if you're reading this, hearing this, feeling this, then something in you already knows. You've felt the cracks in the surface. You've noticed how scripted life feels, how fake the smiles are, how loud the noise is. You've questioned why everything that matters feels so far away, while everything that distracts is always right in front of you. That's not coincidence. That's design. But awareness is disruption, and once you become aware of the blueprint, you begin to see the exits, the blind spots, the spaces where you can break pattern. You start choosing differently, speaking differently, thinking differently, and the system, it doesn't know what to do with that. Because it wasn't built for your liberation, it was built for your containment. But it cannot hold what refuses to conform. The blueprint may be hidden, but now that you've seen it, you get to decide what you build in its place. And that changes everything. Before you had a voice, you were already being shaped. Before you could think for yourself, the world was thinking for you. Every environment you entered, every message you absorbed, every structure you were placed into, it was all part of something deeper, something rarely acknowledged but always operating beneath the surface. Your life wasn't just unfolding, it was being directed. And the most disturbing part is that it didn't feel like force, it felt like care, like guidance, like love. But look closer. You'll see a grooming protocol, strategic, refined, relentless, one that begins the moment you're born and never truly ends unless you consciously interrupt it. A protocol designed to mold you, to strip away your original essence and to replace it with a version of you that fits comfortably into the machine. Your family was the first layer. They didn't mean to do it. Most of them never questioned it themselves. They passed down the same beliefs they were handed, the same fears, the same patterns. They taught you what they were taught, what's acceptable, what's dangerous, what dreams are realistic, and what kind of life is responsible. They told you what success means, what failure means, who you should be and how you should behave, not because they wanted to limit you, but because they were limited, because they were groomed too, and they believed they were helping you survive. In a way, they were. But survival isn't the same as freedom. Survival often requires you to shrink, to conform, to self-abandon in exchange for safety. And that's what you learned to do early. You learned which parts of yourself were welcome and which parts caused discomfort. You learned to read the room, to manage others' emotions, to perform instead of exist. You learned that being true to yourself wasn't always safe, and that lesson stayed. Then came school, not education, schooling. A standardized system of conditioning disguised as preparation. You were placed in rows, taught to raise your hand, taught to ask permission to speak, to move, to question. You were rewarded for obedience, punished for rebellion. You were taught that your worth depended on external approval, grades, scores, stickers, stars. You learned how to memorize, how to regurgitate, how to sit still even when your soul wanted to run, and they called that discipline. But where was the lesson on self-awareness? Where was the class on emotional intelligence? Where was the education on the system itself? How power works, how media manipulates, how to listen to your intuition? It wasn't there. Because that kind of knowledge doesn't groom you to fit in. It empowers you to break out. You were taught facts, not truth. And facts can be manipulated. Truth cannot. But truth makes you dangerous in a system built on illusions. So they kept it out of reach and gave you just enough information to function, but not enough to awaken. Then came media, television, cartoons, music, stories, all seemingly innocent, all carrying messages, gender roles, beauty standards, class dynamics, who the hero is, who the villain is, what kind of life is worth admiring, and which lives are invisible. These stories weren't just entertainment, they were scripts, and you memorized them without even realizing it. You saw what was praised, what was mocked, what was desirable, what was discarded. You learned to self-monitor, to compare, to chase a version of life that was never real to begin with. And by the time you hit your teenage years, you had already internalized 1,000 unspoken rules. What to wear, how to speak, what to believe, how to be liked, and most importantly, what not to question. Then came work, the final layer of the grooming process. You were told to get a job, earn a living, be responsible. But what you weren't told was that most jobs aren't about creativity, purpose, or fulfillment. They're about structure, schedules, output. You were trained to trade your time for money, your energy for survival, your days for someone else's profit. And when you started feeling numb, burned out, or lost, they told you that's just how adulthood feels. But ask yourself this: why is the most common emotion among working adults quiet despair? Why do so many people feel like they're running on autopilot, doing what they're supposed to do, yet feeling empty inside? Because it was never about your fulfillment. It was about your predictability. The grooming protocol was never interested in who you are, only in who you're willing to become in order to be accepted. And it's not just external. Over time, you become your own enforcer. You begin to censor yourself. You feel guilt for resting, anxiety when you're not productive, shame when you think differently. That's not natural. That's programming, and it runs deep. The scariest part is that none of this feels sinister while it's happening. It feels normal, because everyone around you is playing the same role, repeating the same lines. And the few who break away, they're labeled rebels, unstable, weird, lost. Even when they're the only ones who are actually seeing clearly. You weren't just handed a path, you were conditioned to believe it was the only one worth walking, and every time you strayed from it, discomfort kicked in, not because you were wrong, but because the system can't survive too many people going off script. It's not personal, it's systemic. You're one of billions being funneled through the same invisible factory. And the end product is a human who doesn't know they were manufactured. But you don't have to stay that way. Because here's the truth they don't teach you. The grooming only works if you never stop and ask, who was I before all this? Before the layers, before the expectations, before the protocol. You were wild, curious, unfiltered, aware. You felt things deeply. You knew things intuitively. You weren't logical. You were alive. And you still are. Underneath the layers, underneath the programming, you're still there, waiting, watching, whispering to yourself in moments of stillness, in the cracks between obligations, in the quiet hours when no one else is around. That voice, that awareness, is not broken. It's buried. And the more you listen to it, the more you begin to unravel the script. You begin to see your upbringing with new eyes, not with blame but with clarity. You begin to notice which beliefs are actually yours and which were installed. You begin to question why you've always felt like something didn't quite fit. And then, something miraculous happens. You stop playing the role, and you start reclaiming the real you, the one who was never meant to be groomed into submission, the one who isn't here to conform but to awaken. They planned your life, but they didn't count on you waking up in the middle of the plan, and now that you're awake, the script is yours to rewrite. You probably think you went to school to get an education, to learn, to grow, to prepare for life. That's what you were told. That's what everyone is told. But the truth is far more unsettling. Because what school teaches you, and what it silently conditions you to become, are not the same thing, not even close. The education system was never about learning. It was about shaping, molding, programming. It wasn't built to make you think. It was built to make you obedient, not informed, not enlightened, just manageable. From the moment you stepped into a classroom, the lessons began, and none of them were about math or science or history. The real lesson was compliance. Sit when you're told. Speak only when called on. Memorize, repeat, forget, raise your hand. Don't question, don't deviate. Don't think outside the lines. Follow the bell, follow the rules, follow the crowd. You were told what to value: grades, awards, rankings. You were told what to fear: failure, mistakes, standing out. And you were told that your value, your intelligence, your future could be measured with a number, a letter, a GPA, an exam score. You learned to equate performance with worth, and so, without realizing it, you began to live for approval. That's what the system really trains you to chase. Not knowledge, but validation. You become addicted to the gold stars, the praise, the metrics. You learn to play the game, to memorize the facts just long enough to regurgitate them, to write what the teacher wants, to think just enough to pass, but not so much that you ask why you're learning it at all. And the most dangerous part? You're rewarded for this. You're celebrated. You're called smart, gifted, driven. But what you really are is conditioned, not to learn, but to perform. Real learning is messy. It's emotional. It's non-linear. It requires curiosity, struggle, experimentation, even failure. But school punishes failure. It shames mistakes. It tells you that wrong answers are dangerous and that only the right ones will earn you love, safety, respect. And so slowly you stop taking risks. You stop exploring. You stop being curious. You learn to suppress the part of you that questions and reward the part that conforms. This is not accidental. Look at the structure. Schools mirror factories, bells, schedules, hierarchies, supervisors. The day is broken into blocks. You're taught to focus on a subject until the bell rings, then drop it and move on. Not to master it, not to love it, just to process it like a task on a conveyor belt. You're not taught how to learn, you're taught how to pass. How to chase deadlines, how to cram, how to survive pressure, how to show up even when your soul is screaming for space. You learn the rhythm of stress early, and by the time you graduate, it feels normal. So when you step into a job that drains you, suffocates you, bores you, it doesn't feel wrong. It feels familiar. That's the point. You were never being prepared to live, you were being prepared to comply. Ask yourself, why were you taught dates and formulas but never how to manage your emotions? Why did no one explain how to process grief, how to handle rejection, how to build meaningful relationships, or how to question power? Why weren't you taught how to think critically about the media you consume, or how to recognize propaganda? Why didn't you learn how the banking system works, or where your taxes go, or how laws are really passed? Because knowledge like that doesn't serve the system. Awareness like that creates rebels, it creates free thinkers, it creates people who don't blindly trust what they're told. And systems like this one can't function with too many people asking dangerous questions. So instead, you're taught obedience disguised as education. You're told that the world is a meritocracy, that if you just study hard enough, work long enough, play by the rules, you'll succeed. But they don't tell you the rules were written by those already in power, that success is a moving target, that access, privilege, and opportunity are distributed long before the first bell rings. They don't tell you that some students walk into school carrying trauma, poverty, hunger, while others walk in with private tutors and endless resources. But both are judged by the same test, And when one struggles, the system doesn't adapt. It labels, it sorts, it discards, and then it tells you that the failure was personal, not systemic. Even the subjects you learned are filtered, sanitized. History is rewritten, science is censored, literature is narrowed to safe narratives. You're taught what to think of the world, but not how to question who shaped that view. You're shown what happened, but not who benefited. You're given facts, not contexts, names, not stories, dates, not dynamics. Truth becomes a set of pre-approved facts, and anything outside of that is conspiracy or irrelevant or dangerous. It's not about information, it's about insulation, keeping you inside a reality that keeps you functioning but not awake. And when someone doesn't fit this mold, when they're too sensitive, too creative, too restless, too outspoken, they're diagnosed, labeled, medicated, told there's something wrong with them. But maybe they're not broken. Maybe they're resisting a system that never made sense to begin with. Because what if the kids who couldn't sit still were never disordered, just intuitive? What if the ones who doodled in margins or asked too many questions weren't distracted, but awake? What if the daydreamers weren't disengaged, but trying to remember who they were before the system began erasing them? You weren't meant to be a machine, but that's what school pushes you to become, measured by output, judged by consistency, punished for deviation. It's not about making you wise. It's about making you functional, predictable, replaceable. And when you finally graduate, you're released into the world with a head full of fragmented knowledge, a mountain of debt, and no idea who you really are. Because no one ever asked you. They asked for your test scores, your GPA, your extracurriculars, but not your pain, your purpose, your potential. You weren't educated. You were filtered, edited, streamlined into someone they could manage, not someone who could shake the world. But here's what they can't erase. Your mind is still yours. Beneath the programming, the tests, the silence, the shame, your real intelligence lives. Not the kind that gets you awards, but the kind that sees through illusions, that senses truth, that remembers what learning actually feels like. Alive, messy, sacred. You're not here to obey. You're here to remember, to unlearn, to relearn, to relearn, to reclaim your voice, your curiosity, your fire. Real learning starts the moment you stop letting someone else define what's worth knowing, because the education system never wanted you wise. It wanted you well-behaved. But you were never meant to behave. You were meant to awaken. You were told that work gives you purpose, that it builds character, that it's noble, that it's the path to freedom. But when you strip away the slogans, the motivational posters, the corporate lingo, what you find isn't freedom. It's control, a system that doesn't care about your creativity or your potential, a system that needs one thing from you: your obedience. Work was never about productivity, it was never about contribution, it was about containment. Because when you're busy, when you're tired, when your days are carved into schedules and tasks and endless obligations, you stop asking questions. You stop noticing how much of your life has been sold to someone else in exchange for the illusion of security. You wake up to an alarm clock that doesn't care how you feel. You drag yourself into a job that rarely feeds your soul. You perform, you nod, you attend the meetings, you meet the deadlines. Then you come home, too drained to do anything but numb out, scroll, watch, sleep, repeat. That's not life. That's a cycle, a loop designed not to empower you, but to extract from you. And the most disturbing part is that it feels normal. Because everyone around you is doing the same thing. They tell you it's just what adults do, that being exhausted is a badge of honor, that hating your job is just part of life. But ask yourself, why is burnout the baseline? Why is anxiety a given? Why does joy feel like something you have to earn? Because this isn't about contribution, this is about control. You are easier to manage when you're tired. You're more compliant when you're financially dependent. You're more likely to stay in line when you believe your livelihood is on the line. So the system is built to keep you just comfortable enough not to revolt, but just desperate enough to never stop grinding. You're told to chase success. But the definition of success is handed to you by someone else. A title, a salary, a promotion. And every time you reach it, the goalpost moves. The raise isn't enough. The title feels empty. So you chase more. You sacrifice your health, your time, your relationships, and still, the fulfillment you were promised never arrives. Because you were never meant to feel fulfilled. You were meant to feel dependent. Look closely. The workplace isn't just where you earn a living. It's where you're trained, not in skills but in behaviors. How to be agreeable, how to suppress dissent, how to manage your tone, how to package your truth in corporate-friendly language, how to stay silent when you know something's wrong, how to accept policies that make no sense, how to smile while being undermined, how to thank the system that is quietly devouring your life. You don't just perform tasks, you perform yourself, and it begins early. Internships that pay nothing but demand everything, entry-level jobs where you're overworked and underpaid, performance reviews where you're rated like a product, the constant pressure to prove you're valuable, useful, worthy. But worthy of what? Approval? Security? A slightly larger paycheck that still doesn't give you freedom? You become replaceable by design. The system isn't built to cultivate your genius. It's built to commodify your labor, to turn your time into units of output. And the second you're not producing fast enough, or quietly enough, or obediently enough, you're reminded that there's someone else waiting to take your place. Someone hungrier, someone cheaper. They don't want empowered workers, they want compliant ones. That's why creativity is crushed, why dissent is punished, why real innovation is celebrated in theory but suffocated in practice. Because true innovation questions the system, and the system cannot survive too much questioning. You're rewarded for fitting in, not standing out. For being efficient, not fulfilled. For being dependable, not disruptive. And every time you feel like you're suffocating, you're told to be grateful. That you have a good job, that you have benefits, that other people have it worse. As if survival is the benchmark for a meaningful life. And when you burn out, the system doesn't pause. It offers wellness workshops, mindfulness apps, pizza parties, empty gestures meant to soothe your symptoms, never to address the root cause. Because if you ever truly rested, you might wake up to the fact that the problem isn't you. It's the structure itself. You were born to create, to feel, to connect, to build, to explore, but instead you've been trained to endure, to cope, to tolerate, and they call that adulthood. But what it really is submission. And still they keep you chasing promotions, performance bonuses, end-of-year reviews, these little carrots that keep you running on the treadmill, thinking you're making progress. But you're not building a life. You're surviving a system. It's not about how much you produce. It's about how little you resist. Because when you're tired, you stop asking why the CEO makes 300 times what you do. When you're stressed, you stop wondering why your time is worth so little and their time is worth so much. When you're desperate for security, you don't demand justice. You accept the crumbs. That's not laziness. That's survival. And it's by design. Because a society built on real productivity would look very different. It would measure well-being, not just profit. It would value rest, creativity, emotional labor, connection. It would honor the human spirit, not just the bottom line. But this society doesn't run on that kind of productivity. It runs on compliance. And compliance is easier to extract when people believe they're broken, that their exhaustion is their fault, that if they just worked harder, woke up earlier, optimized their schedule, meditated more, stayed positive, they'd finally feel okay. But the system was never meant to feel okay. It was meant to feel inescapable. And yet, there is something in you that remembers a different rhythm, a different pace, a different truth. That work doesn't have to feel like dying. That you weren't born to serve a machine, you were born to serve your soul. And deep down you know it. You feel it every time you dread Monday. Every time you daydream about quitting. Every time your body says no and your schedule says yes. Every time you stare at the screen wondering what any of this is for. That's not laziness. That's your truth trying to break through. You're not here to grind until retirement and call that a life. You're not here to trade your joy for job security. You're not here to die for a paycheck that disappears in bills. You're here to wake up, to remember, to reclaim the hours, the energy, the creativity, the purpose that were always yours. Because real productivity is not about control. It's about alignment. And the moment you stop mistaking exhaustion for achievement, you begin to reclaim your power. You begin to create on your own terms. You begin to build something that serves your spirit, not just the system. And that is the kind of productivity they never wanted you to find. They told you that if you worked hard enough you'd succeed, that talent rises, that effort matters, that the system is fair if you just play by the rules. They called it meritocracy, a world where people earn their place, where rewards are based on skill, not circumstance. But that was the first lie, because in the real world, merit isn't what determines your worth. Perception does, access does, privilege does. The gatekeepers decide who gets seen, who gets celebrated, who gets chosen. And they don't always choose the most talented, they choose the most useful. You've probably seen it. People with less vision, less integrity, less ability, somehow elevated, given platforms, promotions, praise, while others, smarter, deeper, more gifted, are overlooked, silenced, forgotten. You tell yourself it's just timing, just bad luck. But deep down, something doesn't add up. Because if meritocracy were real, the most brilliant voices would be leading the conversation, and they're not. Meritocracy is a narrative, a story used to keep you striving, to keep you from questioning. Because if you believe that your success is entirely in your hands, then you won't look too closely at the system that controls the opportunities. You'll blame yourself when things don't work out. You'll try harder. You'll burn out. And you'll never realize that the ladder you're climbing was never meant to hold you. They don't want you to see the gate. They want you to keep running toward it, hoping one day it will open for you. But for many it won't. Not because they're not good enough, but because they were never even in the running. Because the decision was made long before the game began. Who gets access? Who gets exposure? Who gets invested in? It starts early, in school. The kids with the right last names, the right skin tone, the right accent, the right demeanor, they get more attention, more patience, more encouragement, while others are labeled difficult, distracted, underachieving, not because of their talent, but because of their fit, their alignment with what the system already values. That continues into adulthood. Who gets hired, who gets promoted, who gets funded, it's not just about performance, it's about perception. And the ones who sit at the top of these systems, corporate, academic, governmental, they don't need you to know that. They need you to believe the myth that if you're not where you want to be, it's because you're not doing enough, that the problem is internal, not structural. Because the moment you realize the playing field isn't level, you stop blaming yourself and start questioning them. The truth is, the people who benefit from meritocracy the most are the ones who don't actually rely on it. They already had the head start, the connections, the wealth, the insider knowledge. And yet they love to preach the gospel of hard work. They love to tell stories of how they built it all from nothing, how they pulled themselves up by the bootstrap. But they never talk about the invisible scaffolding that supported them every step of the way. They don't mention the private schools, the family networks, the inherited resources. They don't mention the safety nets that cushioned every risk, or the mentors who vouched for them in closed-door meetings. They don't mention the unspoken advantages they've had their entire lives. Because if they did, the myth would collapse, and with it the illusion of fairness that keeps the masses obedient. Meritocracy keeps people quiet. It keeps them ashamed. If you're struggling, you think it's your fault. You didn't try hard enough. You didn't want it badly enough. You didn't manifest correctly. But what if none of that is true? What if you're extraordinary, but invisible to a system that only sees what it wants to see? Because let's be honest, how many geniuses are working jobs that drain them? How many artists are hidden in cubicles? How many healers are buried under debt? How many innovators never get past the first door? And how many mediocrities are celebrated simply because they know how to play the game? The system isn't broken. It's functioning exactly as designed. To filter out the inconvenient, the disruptive, the raw. To elevate the polished, the palatable, the compliant. And then to wrap it all in a story that says this is what excellence looks like. But the truth is, excellence has been rebranded. It's no longer about depth, originality, or wisdom. It's about marketability, about who can generate profit, who can maintain the illusion, who can be molded into a product. And if you don't fit that mold, the system makes you feel like you failed. But you didn't fail, you resisted. You refused to trade authenticity for approval. You refused to become a brand. You refused to dilute yourself for the sake of fitting in. And that's not failure. That's integrity. But integrity doesn't always get rewarded. At least, not in the ways you were promised. Because meritocracy doesn't reward the best. It rewards the best behaved, the best marketed, the best behind with the existing power structure. And that structure doesn't want revolution, it wants replication, it wants predictability. So you'll see the same types of people in the same positions, speaking the same language, making the same decisions, not because they're the most talented, but because they pose the least threat to the status quo. And the myth rolls on. But here's the thing about myths. They can only survive as long as people believe in them. And the moment you stop believing, the whole illusion starts to unravel. You stop seeing yourself as less than. You stop comparing your path to theirs. You stop chasing validation from a system that was never built to recognize your value in the first place. You begin to define success on your own terms. You begin to build outside the system. You begin to realize that just because you haven't been chosen doesn't mean you aren't chosen. It means it's time to choose yourself, to honor the work that no one sees, to keep creating even when it feels like no one's listening, to hold the line of your own vision even when it doesn't get rewarded. Because real value doesn't always show up in bank accounts or blue check marks. Sometimes it shows up in quiet resilience, in staying true when selling out would be easier, in knowing who you are, even when the world refuses to see you. You were never here to win their game, you were here to expose it. And once you see that meritocracy is a lie, you stop chasing approval and start reclaiming your power. You realize you don't have to fit in to matter. You don't have to be chosen to be valid. You don't have to be seen to shine. You just have to remember the truth. Your worth was never up for debate. Not by them, not by anyone, not even by you. Slavery doesn't always come with chains. Sometimes it comes wrapped in softness, in warmth, in the illusion of safety. You don't feel trapped, you feel settled. You don't feel confined, you feel comfortable. You tell yourself that this is just life, that this is as good as it gets. And so you stop reaching, you stop questioning, you stop remembering what it felt like to be wild. This is the velvet cage. It doesn't bruise your skin. It doesn't scream, it whispers. It soothes. It tells you to be grateful. It tells you not to ask for too much. It hands you just enough to keep you from noticing how much you've lost. You get a steady paycheck, a stable routine, a familiar rhythm, and in return you hand over your time, your passion, your edge. Not in a single transaction, but slowly, over years, one compromise at a time. It feels like success, like responsibility, like maturity. But underneath it all is a quiet kind of despair. and knowing that something vital has been traded away, and knowing that you've stopped moving toward anything real and started orbiting a life that no longer excites you. But the world congratulates you for it, for playing it safe, for being realistic, for not rocking the boat. You smile, you nod, you keep going, because comfort is addictive, especially when it comes after struggle, after pain, after chaos. It feels earned, deserved. It becomes your proof that you've made it. And no one wants to walk away from something they've suffered to attain, even if that something is slowly killing their soul. The velvet cage doesn't feel like oppression. It feels like rest. But real rest revitalizes you. This kind drains you quietly. You stop dreaming because dreaming would mean risking what you have. You stop speaking up because comfort makes you cautious. You stop taking leaps because the cage, as soft as it is, has walls. And those walls are made from routine, from certainty, from the stories you tell yourself to avoid change. I'm just being practical. This isn't the right time. At least I have stability. You recite these phrases like mantras, convincing yourself that safety is enough, that peace is the same as purpose, that stillness means alignment. But deep down, you feel it. The ache, the restlessness, the growing sense that the life you've built is missing something. Not something external, but something essential. You feel it when you stare at the ceiling at night, when your days blur together, when your laughter feels a little forced, when your passions become hobbies you no longer have time for, when your dreams get replaced by responsibilities, and still you stay. Not because you don't know there's more, but because comfort convinces you to stop looking. The velvet cage rewards you for compliance, promotions, status, likes, followers, a social circle that validates your decisions, a lifestyle that looks good on paper. You're not locked in by bars, you're locked in by approval, by expectations, by the fear of disappointing people who cheered for the version of you that abandoned your fire to fit in. It's easier to stay where it's warm than to walk into the unknown, even when the warmth is numbing you. This is the most effective form of control, making you believe that because you're not suffering, you must be free. But freedom isn't the absence of suffering, it's the presence of truth, of purpose, of full aliveness. And you don't find that by clinging to what's comfortable. You find it by walking straight into what's real. Comfort can be the most seductive kind of trap, because it doesn't provoke you, it flatters you. It keeps your rebellion at bay by giving you enough pleasure to forget you once burned for more. It's a slow erosion, not a violent one. You don't wake up one day enslaved. You just forget how to run. You forget the taste of hunger, the sound of your own instinct, the pull toward something that scares you but calls you anyway. You forget that discomfort isn't the enemy, complacency is. And the longer you stay in the velvet cage, the harder it becomes to imagine life outside of it. You start to rationalize. You point to people who have less and say, at least I'm not struggling. You compare yourself to chaos and use it as an excuse to accept your own stagnation. You convince yourself that stillness means satisfaction. But numbness isn't peace. It's just a slower death. You were not born for soft prisons. You were not born to sit quietly in a life that doesn't require all of you. You were not born to dull your edges in exchange for approval, or to package your soul into a brand that makes other people comfortable. You were born for movement, for fire, for truth. But the velvet cage teaches you that truth is dangerous, that fire burns too many bridges, that movement makes you unstable. It tells you that stillness is spiritual, that submission is graceful. But those are just new words for the same old chains, and the system loves when you settle, because comfortable people don't revolt. Comfortable people don't ask hard questions. Comfortable people defend the status quo, because it benefits them just enough to be afraid of what change might cost. So the system gives you enough to keep you loyal, but not enough to set you free. Enough pleasure to keep you passive. Enough stability to keep you small. Enough praise to keep you silent. And you begin to self-regulate. You become your own warden. You talk yourself out of risks. You edit your truth. You lower your standards and call it gratitude. But real gratitude never asks you to shrink. Real gratitude is fierce. It acknowledges what you have but never lets you forget what you're still capable of. It says thank you and then it asks for more. It doesn't settle, it expands. The velvet cage fears that kind of gratitude because it leads to movement, and movement threatens control. So ask yourself, when did you start mistaking ease for alignment? When did you start settling for the life that was offered instead of the one that was calling? When did you stop chasing what lit you up and start defending what kept you calm? You don't have to destroy what you've built, but you do have to be honest about what it's costing you. Because the price of comfort is often your magic, your edge, your aliveness, your risk. And there's a point where you must choose, do you want to be comfortable or do you want to be free? You can't have both. Because freedom requires movement, and movement means discomfort. It means stepping out of the warmth into the wind. It means letting go of the narratives that kept you safe but small. It means remembering who you were before the world told you to settle down. The velvet cage will never open on its own. It waits for you to wake up, to push back, to say, this isn't enough. I'm done surviving. I want to live. And when you do, the walls begin to dissolve. Not all at once, but piece by piece. And what you find beyond them is not comfort. It's clarity. It's not ease. It's expansion. It's not safety, it's sovereignty. Because you were never meant to stay soft and quiet in a cage lined with velvet, you were meant to break it wide open, and remember what it feels like to fly. You've been sold a dream wrapped in speed, in simplicity, in instant gratification, a world where everything is right there on your screen at your doorstep with a tap, a swipe, a voice command. They told you this was progress, that this was liberation, that technology and convenience were the keys to a better life. And maybe on the surface it seems like they were right. But beneath the surface lies something more calculated. Because what they've really done isn't just make your life easier. They've made you easier to manage. Convenience isn't neutral, it's currency, a trade, a bargain between you and the system. You get things faster, you get things easier. But in return, something is quietly taken from you, your time, your privacy, your independence, your edge, and perhaps most dangerously, your resistance. Because the more convenient life becomes, the less you notice how deeply you've been conditioned to obey. You don't push back, you don't rebel, you don't question. Why would you? Everything you need is right in front of you. Your groceries arrive without you leaving the house. Your meals show up with a few taps. Entertainment is endless and waiting at your command. You can live a full week without making a single meaningful decision. And you call that freedom. But it isn't freedom, it's sedation. They know that when people are hungry, when they're restless, when they're forced to engage deeply with their environment, they start asking uncomfortable questions. They start noticing patterns. They start connecting dots. But give people a screen, a dopamine hit, a drone delivery, and they'll stay quiet. Docile, passive. Convenience doesn't just streamline your life, it narrows it. You stop exploring, you stop interacting, you stop solving problems with creativity or courage. You outsource your effort, and with it your power. The less you have to think, the less you do think. The less you engage with reality, the more disconnected you become from it. And in that space of disconnection, control moves in, softly, invisibly, completely. They frame it as service, as progress, as the next phase of human evolution. But if this were really about freeing you, why does every layer of convenience come with more surveillance? Why does every upgrade come with more data collection? Why are the tools that make your life easier always tied to contracts, subscriptions, tracking, dependency? Because that's the trap. They give you just enough ease to forget you're being watched, just enough comfort to ignore the cage forming around you. And they don't need to force you into submission when they can get you to opt into it willingly. That's the brilliance of modern obedience. It doesn't require force. It just requires a strong enough incentive to make you forget you ever wanted to resist. And what better incentive than ease? You were once a builder, a creator, a problem solver. Now, you're a consumer, a subscriber, an updater. Your value isn't measured by what you understand. It's measured by how efficiently you integrate into the system, how seamlessly you adapt to the latest app, the latest payment method, the latest trend. And when the system evolves, you're expected to evolve with it, without hesitation, without skepticism. The latest upgrade becomes a requirement, not a choice. And if you fall behind, you're excluded. You're invisible. You're obsolete. So you comply, not because you believe in the system, but because it's more convenient than questioning it. Even language has shifted. Words like user-friendly and smart are everywhere. Your phone is smart, your home is smart, your car is smart. But what about you? Because every time something gets smarter on your behalf, your own awareness atrophies, your instincts dull, your curiosity fades, and they call that innovation. But real innovation should empower you, not make you dependent. Yet here you are, navigating a world where your every move is monitored under the guise of personalization. Your preferences are tracked, your behavior is analyzed, your habits are predicted and shaped, and in exchange, you get faster shipping, targeted ads, tailored playlists. You get convenience. And convenience becomes the bribe, the drug, the leash. Because once they have you accustomed to ease, they can start to take away the things that actually matter. Privacy, autonomy, time, attention. And you won't protest. Because the trade feels worth it. Until it doesn't. Until you realize that your world has shrunk, that your options have been pre-selected, that your thinking has been algorithmically shaped, that your impulses are no longer your own, that you've been trained over years to stop resisting, to stop questioning, to stop acting outside of what's been curated for you. And this conditioning doesn't stop with technology. It seeps into every corner of your life. Politics becomes a spectacle delivered in bite-sized pieces. Health becomes a subscription service. Relationships become filtered images and highlight reels. Spirituality becomes a hashtag. Everything is curated for ease of consumption. But the more digestible it becomes, the less nourishing it is. They want you full, but not fulfilled. Satisfied, but not sovereign. Because a sovereign human asks too many questions. They make inconvenient choices. They reject systems that don't align with their truth. They build alternatives, they disrupt. And disruption is the enemy of control. So, instead, you're taught to be efficient, to be streamlined, to be up to date. And you're applauded for how well you navigate the system, not how deeply you question it. This is not evolution. This is sedation with a slick interface. Because real growth isn't always convenient. Awakening isn't convenient. Truth isn't convenient. But it's real, it's lasting, and it's yours, if you're willing to reach for it. But reaching requires effort. It requires turning off the autopilot and stepping into the rawness of life. It requires discomfort, not as punishment, but as a pathway back to yourself. They don't want you to feel that. They want you distracted by delivery notifications and likes and countdown timers. They want your nervous system so overstimulated by speed that you never pause long enough to realize how little of your life actually belongs to you anymore. So if you ever feel like you're spinning, like your days blur together, like everything is moving but nothing is changing, that's not your fault. That's the system working exactly as intended. They've mastered the art of keeping you busy with everything except what matters. But here's what they can't take: your ability to slow down, to choose presence over pace, awareness over automation, intention over ease. This real power doesn't come from how quickly you can react. It comes from how deeply you can respond. A response requires stillness, reflection, discomfort, the very things the system wants you to avoid. So the next time you reach for convenience, ask yourself, what am I trading for this? Is it just time, or is it truth? Because convenience is never free, and your obedience has always been the real prize. You say you're busy, you say you're overwhelmed, that your schedule is packed, your days are full, and somehow you still feel behind. You race from one task to the next, chasing deadlines, appointments, errands, goals, always moving, always responding, always plugged in. But ask yourself, with everything you do, with everything you manage, why does it still feel like you never have time? It's not just poor planning, it's not just the demands of modern life. The truth is harder to accept. Your time is being stolen, not by accident, but by design. You were never meant to feel spacious, because people who have time start to think, they start to feel, they start to remember who they are beneath the noise. And that remembering threatens the system. So instead, you're given a life of endless motion, not because it's necessary, but because it's strategic. Because the busier you are, the quieter your inner voice becomes. Because when your calendar is full, your soul gets pushed to the margins. And before long, you're not living. You're just managing. This is the real currency of control. Not just your money, not just your labor, but your hours, your minutes, your moments. You don't just sell your time to survive. You're trained to give it away willingly, to productivity, to obligation, to performance, and you're praised for it. You're told that being booked and busy means you're doing something right. But if that's true, why do you feel so empty? Why do you go to bed with a restless mind, wake up with a heavy chest, and feel like you're sprinting towards something you can't even define? Because time, in its purest form, is sacred. It's the space in which you remember your essence. It's the stillness in which truth reveals itself. But in the modern world, time has been turned into a battlefield. And every moment you get to yourself, every hour that isn't assigned to someone else, feels like a guilty indulgence instead of a human right. You're not just overworked, you're overstimulated. Constant inputs, notifications, tasks, decisions, and each one takes a little piece of your clarity, each one fractures your attention, until what's left is a mind too cluttered to rest and a heart too weary to dream. They don't want you to have time, because time leads to awareness, and awareness leads to questions. Questions like, why am I doing this? Who am I doing it for? What would I create if I didn't feel so rushed? What parts of me have I abandoned just to keep up? Those are dangerous questions in a world that thrives on your compliance. So you're given distraction instead. Endless options. Entertainment. Noise. 1,000 little things that feel urgent but are ultimately empty. And your nervous system gets hijacked by false priorities. You begin to confuse motion with meaning. You begin to chase things not because they matter, but because they're next on the list. And the list never ends. Because you were never meant to finish it. You were meant to stay buried beneath it. Think about it. How often do you create space to simply exist? To feel your body, your breath, your presence? How often do you allow yourself to do nothing without shame? How often do you step out of the current instead of being dragged by it? Not often. Because every part of this culture trains you to equate stillness with laziness, with failure, with falling behind. And so you run faster, you push harder, you optimize your schedule, you buy planners and apps and productivity tools, all trying to wrestle control over a life that was never built to let you breathe in the first place. This isn't about time management. This is about time ownership, and that's something the system never wanted you to learn. Because when you own your time, you start to withdraw your energy from the machine. You start to pour it into things that matter, into your healing, your creativity, your community, your liberation. And that kind of presence, that kind of intention, it doesn't serve capitalism. It doesn't serve hierarchy. It doesn't serve the narrative that you exist to produce and perform. You were told to fill your calendar to prove your value, but your value has nothing to do with how much you can endure. Your worth isn't measured by your output. Your humanity isn't defined by your hustle. You are not here to be efficient, you are here to be whole. And wholeness requires time. Time to be with yourself. Time to feel your emotions without rushing past them. Time to explore your ideas without turning them into content. Time to sit in silence without needing to justify it. But the system drowns that space in obligations, in deadlines, in comparison, in guilt. You feel bad for resting, for saying no, for wanting to slow down. And that guilt isn't natural. It's programmed. It's part of the trap. Because when you feel guilty for reclaiming your time, you keep giving it away. You keep overcommitting. You keep saying yes when your body is screaming no. And slowly you disappear. Not all at once, but piece by piece. First your mornings, then your weekends, then your evenings, then your dreams. Until you wake up one day and realize you've been living someone else's life, running someone else's race, following someone else's clock. And that realization is terrifying, because it means you have to stop, you have to reassess, you have to unravel everything you thought made you productive and start asking what makes you alive. It means you have to disappoint people, break routines, set boundaries, let things fall. And that's hard, because you've been trained to believe that your value lies in how much you can carry. But it doesn't. Your value lies in how deeply you can connect with yourself, with others, with your purpose, and that connection can't happen in a rush. It needs space, time, breath. So if it feels like you never have time, it's because you were never supposed to. Because time is power, and no system built on control will ever freely hand it back to you. You have to take it, moment by moment, decision by decision, breath by breath. Say no to the things that drain you. Cancel the meetings that don't matter. Turn off the noise. Get quiet. Get still. Listen to the parts of you that have been buried beneath busyness. Ask them what they need. Ask them what they remember. Ask them where your time went and how to get it back. Because your time is your life, and the more of it you give away to things that don't matter, the less of you remains for the things that do. You were not born to live in reaction. You were born to live in rhythm. Your own rhythm. And that rhythm can't be found in a planner, it can't be downloaded, it can't be optimized. It can only be remembered. And once you remember it, the schedule no longer owns you. You own you. And that is when time begins to stretch. Not because the world slows down, but because you finally do. No one had to burn the books this time. No one needed to barge in and silence the voices that question, that challenge, that disturb the carefully manicured illusion we now call reality. Because censorship found a softer disguise. One that doesn't look like oppression, it looks like protection. It looks like comfort. It speaks in the language of wellness, safety, political correctness, social harmony. But underneath that delicate veneer is a deeper agenda, control through numbness. You've been taught that discomfort is dangerous, that questioning the official narrative, the cultural consensus, the mainstream belief system, that any of that is too much, too negative, too controversial. You've been trained to self-censor not through fear of punishment, but through the desire to remain likable, employable, respectable. That's the genius of this new kind of censorship. It doesn't come from the outside. It grows within you, a seed planted early, watered with shame, grown in the soil of social reward. You start to notice it when your thoughts feel like landmines, when truth becomes a private affair, when you find yourself rewriting messages before you send them, rewording opinions to sound less confrontational, holding your tongue in rooms where you know silence equals survival. It isn't just speech that gets policed now. It's emotion, it's tone, it's energy. You can speak, but only in the right language, the right posture, the right vibe. Anything too raw, too real, too angry, too sorrowful becomes an issue. You're told to regulate, to reframe, to stay positive, Because being too honest might upset someone, and upsetting someone even accidentally is now treated like a crime. So you adjust. You start hiding in plain sight, and slowly you become invisible. This is the cost of comfort, a censorship. It trains you to blend in, to retreat into silence, or worse, into performance. Smiling through dissonance, laughing through outrage, applauding ideas that you know are hollow, because the alternative, to tell the truth, feels like social suicide. But here's the thing, truth isn't supposed to be comfortable. Truth disrupts. It shakes. It strips away the lies you've built your identity around. It offends the ego. It challenges the herd, and that's exactly why it's needed. Because a society that elevates comfort over clarity is a society on a slow path to decay. And right now, we're on that path. Look around. The loudest ideas are the safest ones. The most shared opinions are the ones that cause the least friction. You're told what to care about, when to be outraged, when to move on. It's all curated, all timed. And if you step outside that flow, if you question the narrative, the timing, the tone, you're met not with thoughtful dialogue, but with moral panic. You're labeled, discredited, dismissed, not because you're wrong, but because you make people uncomfortable. And in this world, that's the unforgivable sin. Because comfort has become the new God, the altar we all worship at. And this God demands obedience, not through commandments, but through incentives. Say what we want you to say and we'll amplify you. Stay within the lines and you'll get the clicks, the followers, the likes. But step outside and we'll pretend you don't exist. Or worse, we'll distort you into a villain. The unkind one, the aggressive one, the difficult one, the unstable one. This isn't discourse, this is emotional manipulation at scale. It's the silencing of truth, not through violence, but through softness. And it's working. Because you start to question yourself. You start to wonder if maybe you're the problem. Maybe you are too sensitive, too intense, too rebellious. Maybe you should just let it go. So you shrink, you pull back. You edit yourself one sentence at a time, one post at a time, until one day you realize you haven't said what you actually think in years. You haven't expressed your soul without censorship since you were a child. And that silence, that betrayal of self, is what they're counting on. Because a world full of people who don't trust their own voice is a world easily controlled, easily swayed, easily programmed. If you can't say what you think, you can't become what you are. And if you can't become what you are, you'll spend your life performing, nodding when you disagree, laughing when you want to cry, working jobs that make you sick, following rules that make no sense, supporting systems that harm you, just to avoid making waves. That's not kindness. That's self-erasure. And yet they'll tell you you're evolving, that you're maturing, that you're being emotionally intelligent. But real emotional intelligence includes the capacity to challenge, to confront, to disrupt with care. Not just to soothe. What we've created is emotional suppression dressed up as virtue. And the danger is this. When truth is constantly suppressed in favor of comfort, the collective psyche begins to fracture. Reality becomes skewed. People no longer know what's real. They feel one thing and say another. They sense lies but are told they're paranoid. They see patterns but are labeled as conspiratorial. And slowly we lose our compass. Because when truth becomes taboo, illusion becomes law. And law doesn't have to come from governments anymore. It comes from trends, from groupthink, from the invisible rules enforced by likes and comments and corporate policies. The masses become the enforcers. You censor yourself because you've been trained to fear disapproval more than deception. And the irony? In a world obsessed with inclusion, it has never felt more dangerous to be fully yourself. That's how deep the programming goes. So yes, questioning anything now feels like rebellion. Because it is. It's rebellion against the nummy, against the script, against the false peace that keeps people silent while the world burns behind the curtain. And rebellion doesn't have to be loud. Sometimes it's the quietest act. The refusal to agree just to keep the mood light. the courage to speak when your voice shakes, the decision to write what you actually believe, the choice to feel deeply even when it's inconvenient, especially when it's inconvenient. That's real power. Not the power of domination, but the power of authenticity in a world that punishes it. So ask yourself, how often do you trade truth for comfort? How often do you keep silent just to be liked? How often do you edit your spirit to keep others from squirming? And what has that cost you? Your creativity, your courage, your clarity? Because comfort might win you approval, but it won't give you your soul. And your soul is what they're after, not to destroy, but to domesticate, to soften it into something safe, something agreeable, something that doesn't ask too many questions. But you weren't born to be safe. You were born to see, to feel, to disrupt, to say what others won't say. And yes, it will make some people uncomfortable, but that's okay. Because the truth isn't supposed to fit inside everyone's nervous system. It's supposed to ring like a bell. Even if it shakes the room, even if it shakes you, especially if it shakes you. That's how you know it's working. You wake up and reach for your phone before your feet even touch the floor, before your breath finds its rhythm, before your soul even fully re-enters your body. You're scrolling images, headlines, reels, notifications, a constant flood of content, stimulation, comparison. Your mind is hijacked before you have a chance to remember yourself. But it feels normal. It feels harmless. Maybe it even feels good. Just a few minutes to wake up, you tell yourself. But those minutes become an hour. That hour becomes a pattern, and the pattern becomes your prison. This is how the illusion begins. Entertainment, luxury, pleasure, convenience. They're not inherently wrong. In their purest form, they can bring beauty, rest, inspiration. But when they become your default state, when they become your refuge from the deeper questions of life, they stop being tools and start becoming traps. You weren't meant to be stimulated this often. Your nervous system wasn't designed to handle this level of artificial reward, but you've been trained intentionally to crave it, to chase it, to need it like oxygen. Because in a system built on obedience, the most powerful tool of control isn't fear anymore. It's distraction. You're not chained by force. You're chained by preference, by pixels, by content, by endless streams of information that flood your mind without ever feeding your soul. And the more you consume, the less you create. The more you watch, the less you question. The more you scroll, the less you feel. You become addicted, not to the content itself, but to the escape it offers. The escape from presence, from silence, from the truth of your own life. They know this. That's why your world is flooded with stimulation. Music in every store, ads on every surface, screens in every pocket. You're not allowed to be bored anymore. Boredom used to be sacred. It was the gateway to curiosity, to imagination, to vision. But now, boredom has been branded as failure, as a sign that you're not doing enough, engaging enough, consuming enough. So you reach for the next hit, the next episode, the next product, the next scroll, and each one delivers a little surge of dopamine, a little relief from the tension building inside you. But that tension, that's the signal. That's your soul trying to speak, and every time you silence it with stimulation, you move further from yourself. Because these distractions are not random, they are engineered, built to keep you passive, built to keep you consuming, not creating, reacting, not responding, following, not leading. The illusion is carefully constructed. It makes you feel like you're choosing, like you're in control. You pick what to watch. You curate your feed. You personalize your entertainment. But the options you're given are always within the same boundaries, the same narratives, the same shallow vibrations. You think you're exploring, but you're moving in circles. You were never meant to feel whole from a screen, But when real joy feels distant, artificial joy becomes addictive. Luxury works the same way. You're told to want more. Better clothes, better cars, better status symbols. Not because you need them, but because they create identity. Because they give you something to chase. Because they keep you locked in a loop of striving, of performing, of spending. And the illusion is so well crafted that you begin to believe you're rising, that you're progressing, that success is finally within reach. But you don't notice the trait. The more luxurious your life becomes, the more comfort you require, and the more comfort you require, the less risk you'll take, the less truth you'll speak, the less discomfort you'll tolerate. Until you find yourself surrounded by beautiful things, but completely disconnected from your power. You're not free, you're decorated. And all the while, the system smiles. Because you're pacified, you're manageable, you're no longer a threat to the structure. Because you've bought into the illusion. Even your emotions are caught in the loop. You get sad, there's a show for that. You feel lost, there's a product to fix it. You feel rage, there's a comment section to dump it into. Every impulse, every question, every longing, redirected back into the machine, so you never have to sit with it, so you never have to change. Because if you changed, really changed, you might stop playing the game altogether. You might stop needing what they sell. You might start remembering what matters. And they can't afford that. They don't want you fully present. They want you comfortable. They want you regulated. They want you addicted to the illusion. Because people who are addicted don't rebel. People who are addicted don't meditate in silence for hours. They don't walk away from soul-deadening jobs. They don't create art that shakes the system. They don't speak truths that pierce the collective trance. People who are addicted stay busy, stay distracted, stay just numb enough to function. And the hardest part? You'll be praised for it. You'll be rewarded. You'll be told you're thriving. You'll be flooded with likes, with followers, with affirmations from a world that's just as addicted as you are. And in that echo chamber, the illusion becomes harder to leave. Because leaving the illusion means discomfort. It means withdrawal. It means empty spaces and quiet nights and unanswered questions. It means saying no to the quick hit, the easy laugh, the trending topic. It means sitting in the tension of your own unmet longing. And that's terrifying at first. But then something shifts. You start to feel again. Not the spike of dopamine, but the steady thrum of your real self coming back online. You start to remember what beauty actually is, what depth feels like, what presence tastes like. You start to realize that everything you were chasing was a replica, that what you really wanted wasn't the entertainment, it was the inspiration. Not the luxury, but the sovereignty. Not the dopamine, but the aliveness. And none of that can be bought. It can only be claimed. But claiming it means letting go. It means detoxing from the illusion. It means facing the parts of yourself that are bored, restless, lonely, and asking what they actually mean. It means reclaiming your time, your attention, your voice, your days. Because as long as you're addicted to the illusion, you're easy to control. But the moment you remember what's real, you become dangerous. Not violent, not chaotic, but awake. And in a sleeping world, awake is the greatest rebellion there is. Ease has always been marketed as the pinnacle of progress. A life free from struggle, from discomfort, from friction. This is what you were taught to want. The dream was never just success or wealth or recognition. The deeper promise was effortlessness. And so you chase it. You build your life around it. The easier, the better, right? But there's a cost to ease that no one ever talks about. A cost so subtle, so seductive, that you won't notice you've paid it until it's too late. Because when life becomes too easy, it stops challenging you. It stops refining you. It stops shaping the parts of you that are meant to evolve. And that's when ease becomes entrapment. Not because ease is inherently wrong, but because it numbs your instincts. It makes you forget the sacred role of difficulty. You weren't born to avoid struggle. You were born to be shaped by it, to move through it, to learn who you are inside of it. But when everything becomes easier, smoother, more convenient, you lose contact with the muscle of your own soul. Think about it. Your body has grown weaker because the world has stopped asking it to move. Your mind has grown duller because your attention has been divided and spoon-fed. Your spirit has grown quieter because the noise around you never stops. And all of that has been sold to you as progress. You don't need to cook, just order. You don't need to think, just scroll. You don't need to explore, just watch. And with every layer of ease, another layer of your sovereignty is peeled away, not by force, not through violence, but through comfort, through optimization, through a life so frictionless that you stop engaging with it entirely. You start moving through the motions without presence. You start consuming without digestion. You start living without feeling. Ease turns your life into a simulation. Everything looks the same, but nothing has weight. Nothing lands, nothing transforms. You're not really living. You're being lived. Because the easier it gets, the less awake you become. And that's no accident. The systems that surround you benefit from your ease. When you're comfortable, you're compliant. When things are effortless, you don't ask why. You don't question the process. You don't dig deeper into the price you're really paying. You're too relaxed, too distracted, too soothed by the flow of convenience to notice that your edges have been sanded down to nothing. This is the trap. Ease makes you less likely to resist. It makes you less likely to rebel. It makes you less likely to ask hard questions, or take bold actions, or stand in uncomfortable truths. It pacifies you, not with force, but with luxury. You get used to not trying. You get used to being entertained instead of inspired. You get used to being comfortable instead of challenged. And slowly the spark begins to dim. You no longer feel the urgency to evolve. You no longer feel the fire to create. You no longer hear the voice that once whispered, "There's more." Ease kills the hunger. And hunger is where your truth lives. Because when you're hungry, truly hungry, you question, you listen, you feel, you return to instinct, you cut through the noise. You remember that you were born with a compass, that your soul came here with a direction, but that direction doesn't lead to ease. It leads to depth, and depth is messy, raw, alive. But ease doesn't want you alive, it wants you passive. So you get comfortable with routines that don't nourish you. You stay in relationships that don't challenge you. You take jobs that drain you because they're stable. You scroll through content that keeps you numb because it's familiar. You do what's easy, even when it's killing your spirit, because the alternative feels too risky, too unknown, too hard. And that's how the trap works. The easier life gets, the more terrifying real effort feels, the more terrifying truth feels, the more terrifying you become to yourself, because you don't know what lies on the other side of discomfort anymore. And so you avoid it. You stay in the shallow end, even when your soul is screaming to go deeper. But here's the thing. Your soul was not built for ease. It was built for expansion, and expansion requires resistance. Growth comes from friction. Awakening comes from pressure. The lotus blooms in the mud. The diamond forms under weight. The phoenix rises from fire. None of them emerge in comfort, and neither will you. This makes you forget the rituals that kept your ancestors alive, the struggle that taught them resilience, the pain that forced their wisdom to surface. You don't need to suffer to be spiritual, but you do need to stop worshipping comfort as the ultimate goal, because a life without effort becomes a life without meaning. And that's what you're really afraid of. Not the effort, not the work, but the confrontation with emptiness that comes when everything is easy, but nothing is fulfilling. So you keep chasing more ease, hoping it will one day translate into peace. But peace doesn't come from ease, it comes from alignment. And alignment requires listening, it requires feeling, It requires asking the hard questions. Who am I when I stop avoiding effort? What would I create if I stopped needing things to be easy? What have I lost in the pursuit of a life that always feels good but never feels real? Those questions matter. They are the doorway back to yourself. Because when you finally stop chasing ease, you find something deeper. You find strength. You find clarity. You find purpose that doesn't depend on how smooth the road is, but on how true you are while walking it. You remember that you came here not to float, but to forge, not to numb, but to ignite, not to coast, but to rise. Ease will never give you that. It might keep you comfortable, but comfort isn't where your soul awakens. Your soul awakens in the fire, in the tension, in the sacred discomfort of choosing growth over safety. That's where the real you lives. And that's the you the system fears most. Not the one who flows through the algorithm, not the one who consumes without question, but the one who stops, who breathes, who listens to the silence and finds power there, who trades ease for depth, and begins finally to live. You've been taught to be good, to be kind, to be accommodating, generous, forgiving. You were told that kindness is a virtue, that goodness is a path to peace, that love is the answer. And maybe, deep down, you believe that. You want to be a light in this world. You want to be someone who heals instead of harms, someone who uplifts instead of oppresses, someone who makes things better. But what they never told you is that the world doesn't always honor good people. It uses them. Because in a system built on power, profit, and perception, kindness isn't seen as strength. It's seen as opportunity. Not in the sacred sense, but in the strategic one. Good people are predictable. They're more likely to say yes, more likely to give benefit of the doubt, more likely to overextend themselves, stay quiet to keep the peace, give more than they have and take less than they deserve. And the system knows that. It knows that your empathy can be turned against you, that your patience can be weaponized, that your guilt can be triggered, that your desire to do the right thing can be twisted until it becomes a trap, until your compassion becomes a leash. Because cruelty is obvious. You can spot it, name it, fight it. But manipulation wrapped in goodness? That's harder to see and harder to escape. Because it feels like your fault. It feels like your responsibility. It feels like love. So you stay in places that drain you. You support people who take without giving. You tolerate situations that violate your spirit, not because you're weak, but because you've been trained to make yourself small in the name of being good. You don't want to upset anyone. You don't want to cause pain. You don't want to abandon someone who's struggling. You don't want to be seen as selfish or cold or difficult. So you swallow your truth. You rationalize, you forgive again, you give again, you try again, even when it hurts, even when it's slowly killing your light. Because somewhere along the way, someone convinced you that love means sacrifice, that kindness means staying, that to walk away is to fail, that boundaries are harsh, that anger is wrong, that protecting your energy is ego, that speaking your truth is too much, and so you contort. You soften your edges until they disappear. You silence your voice to keep others comfortable. You shrink your needs, you betray your intuition, you apologize for your instincts, until one day you wake up and realize that your kindness has become currency, a currency that others have learned to spend without ever giving anything back. It starts subtly. The friend who always calls you to vent, but never listens when you speak. The job that demands everything but pays you just enough to keep you quiet. The partner who uses your empathy as an excuse to avoid accountability. The family that praises your generosity but never sees your exhaustion. They don't have to be cruel, they just have to be complacent. Because as long as you keep showing up, keep giving, keep saying yes, they never have to change, never have to grow, never have to take responsibility, because you've made it too easy. And that's the bitter truth. The more willing you are to carry the weight, the more weight the world will place on you. It's not because you're not loved, it's because you're useful. Because good people are often the easiest to exploit. Not because they're foolish, but because they care. And in a world addicted to taking, those who care become the most valuable resource. But there's a cost. You begin to vanish, not physically, but emotionally, spiritually, energetically. You become the one everyone relies on, but no one really sees. You become the peacekeeper, but feel constant inner war. You become the giver, but grow resentful. You become the fixer, but can't fix the emptiness growing inside your own chest, and still, you stay. Because the thought of disappointing someone, of letting them down, of being seen as not good enough, as unbearable. You've confused goodness with self-abandonment. But real goodness doesn't require you to disappear. Real kindness doesn't ask you to bleed for people who wouldn't even hand you a bandage. Love, true love, is reciprocal. It's rooted in respect. It flows both ways. If it doesn't nourish you, it's not love. If it silences you, it's not love. If it empties you, it's not love. It's dependency, it's power imbalance. It's emotional manipulation dressed up in words like loyalty, obligation, and virtue. So ask yourself, when did you start believing that your worth was tied to how much you could endure? When did you learn that love means self-sacrifice? Who taught you that your needs were secondary? Who convinced you that your boundaries were a burden? Who made you feel guilty for protecting your energy? These questions matter, because your answer will reveal how deep the programming goes. And until you see it, you'll keep giving your power away. You'll keep bending. You'll keep believing that being used is a compliment, that exhaustion is a badge of honor, that burnout is proof you're doing something right. But none of that is true. What's true is this: you are allowed to walk away. You are allowed to say no. You are allowed to change your mind. You are allowed to choose peace over obligation. You are allowed to protect your light. Empathy is sacred. It's the bridge that connects your heart to another's experience. It's the silent understanding that we're all made from the same raw material. Vulnerable, complex, yearning to be seen. Empathy is the soul's recognition of itself in someone else. It softens judgment. It opens you. It makes space where there would otherwise be walls. And because of that, empathy is one of the most beautiful forces you possess. But in the wrong hands, it becomes a weapon. Because anything powerful can be twisted. And in a world where control is the game, your heart is fair game. Not just your logic, not just your choices, but your compassion. The very thing that makes you human. When they can't dominate you by force, they'll guide you through guilt. When they can't silence you with authority, they'll suppress you with story. When they can't own your mind, they'll appeal to your heart. And if you don't see it coming, they'll have you feeling wrong for simply having boundaries. That's how empathy gets used against you. Not overtly, not always with bad intentions, but slowly, subtlety, strategically. You begin to ignore your instincts because someone else is hurting. You begin to silence your truth because it might upset someone. You begin to stay in unhealthy situations because you understand why they're the way they are. You begin to hand over your energy, not because it feels right, but because it feels cruel not to. And suddenly, your empathy is no longer yours. It belongs to everyone else. Everyone who knows just the right words to say, just the right tears to cry, just the right narrative to feed you. Everyone who knows that all it takes is the suggestion of pain, real or fabricated, and you'll bend. Because good people don't cause pain, right? Good people stay soft. Good people understand. But what if understanding is being used to make you tolerate what your soul is begging you to walk away from? What if forgiveness is being dangled like a leash around your neck? What if compassion has been turned into a currency, one they spend as they please but never replenish? It happens more than you think, by individuals. by institutions, by systems that frame themselves as victims, just so they can keep your heart in check. You're made to feel that your discomfort is less important than someone else's narrative. You're made to feel like standing up for yourself is cruel. You're made to feel like asserting your needs is selfish. But none of that is true. Empathy was never meant to override your self-respect. It was never meant to be used as justification for mistreatment. It was never meant to blind you to patterns of abuse disguised as pain. But that's what's happening, over and over again. You see it in relationships where one partner always needs more time, always didn't mean to, always had a hard childhood, and the other keeps waiting, excusing, softening, shrinking. You see it in families where boundaries are labeled as betrayal, where speaking truth is punished under the guise of hurting feelings, where you're told to be grateful instead of honest. You see it in workplaces where toxic leaders weaponize vulnerability, frame criticism as insensitivity, and keep people compliant through performative emotional language. You see it in cultures that reward suffering and shame strength, where being a good person means sacrificing your voice, your clarity, your discernment. That's not empathy. That's manipulation in the mask of emotional intelligence. And if you're not careful, you'll become a prisoner of your own goodness. You'll feel responsible for how everyone feels. You'll stay quiet just to protect someone else's comfort. You'll believe that being in integrity means absorbing the pain of the world. But you can't heal the world by abandoning yourself. That's not empathy. That's erasure. And here's the twisted brilliance of it. When you finally do speak up, when you finally set the boundary, when you finally say, "No more," they'll use your empathy one last time. They'll say you've changed, that you've become cold, that you used to be so understanding, that you were the one person they could count on, and that guilt will be custom-made for you, because they know your heart. They know how much you care. And if they can keep you caring just enough to stay silent, then the game continues. But there comes a point where you must choose your truth or their approval, your wholeness or their comfort, your clarity or their narrative, because the real kind of empathy, the kind that changes lives, is rooted in truth. Not performance, not appeasement, truth. And the truth is, your empathy is a gift, but it's not unconditional access. It must be earned, held, reciprocated. Empathy without boundaries is exploitation waiting to happen. Because people will take, not because they're evil, but because you keep offering, because you make it easy, because you don't stop them, not with words, not with distance, not with fire. And yes, it will feel uncomfortable. You'll wrestle with the voice inside that says, "But they're suffering, but they need me, but what if I'm wrong?" You're not wrong. You're remembering. You're remembering that your heart was never meant to be a weapon turned inward, that your compassion was never meant to be extracted without your consent, that your ability to feel for others should never come at the cost of feeling for yourself. Empathy is sacred, but it is not God. It does not override your truth. It does not erase your pain. It does not obligate you to stay anywhere your soul has outgrown. The system doesn't fear your empathy, it fears your discernment. It fears the day your empathy stops being blind and starts being conscious. Because conscious empathy sees clearly, it feels deeply, but doesn't fold. It understands, but doesn't tolerate toxicity. It forgives, but doesn't forget the pattern. It cares, but it also walks away. And when you reach that level of clarity, no one can use your heart against you ever again. You become dangerous, not cruel, not closed, but sovereign. Because now your empathy isn't a tool for their manipulation, it's a force for your liberation. And that changes everything. Guilt is one of the first emotions you learn to feel. Before you could even form full thoughts, you were absorbing the energy around you, the disapproving tones, the withheld affection, the subtle shifts in mood when you didn't do what was expected. And over time, without realizing it, guilt became the lens through which you made choices. It became the invisible hand steering your actions, limiting your expression, dulling your power. But here's the truth no one ever told you. That guilt was never truly yours. It was planted, strategically, systematically, because a person ruled by guilt is a person easily controlled. They don't need to build cages when you carry one inside you. You were taught to feel bad for simply being yourself, for speaking too loudly, for taking up too much space, for asking for what you needed, for saying no, for dreaming bigger than the box they tried to keep you in. And every time you did something that stepped outside the unspoken rules, guilt was there, whispering in your ear that you were wrong, that you were selfish, that you had hurt someone, disappointed someone, betrayed some moral code you never agreed to in the first place. And so you learned to shapeshift. You learned to over-apologize, to anticipate the emotions of others before honoring your own, to stay small, agreeable, contained. Not because it was who you were, but because you were afraid of the weight of guilt. It's a quiet kind of suffocation, one that doesn't scream, one that doesn't leave visible wounds. But it lingers. It clings to your skin, your decisions, your relationships, and the worst part? You begin to mistake it for conscience. You begin to think that guilt is the price you pay for being a good person, that your suffering is noble, that carrying the emotional weight for others is your duty. But guilt, when it's planted by systems of control, isn't about morality. It's about manipulation. It's about making you question yourself before you ever question them. Because the moment you start to ask, "What do I want?" guilt shows up with a slideshow of all the people you might disappoint. The moment you say no, guilt reminds you of how that no might inconvenience someone. The moment you put yourself first, guilt floods you with imagined consequences, being unloved, judged, rejected, seen as cold. And so guilt becomes a muzzle. It silences your truth before it can take form. It keeps you compliant, keeps you apologetic, keeps you inside the lines. Because systems don't need to punish you when you'll do it to yourself. Religion did it. Family structures did it. Education did it. Social norms did it. Layer upon layer, guilt was infused into your identity. Be the good girl, the obedient son, the peacemaker, the helper, the one who doesn't make waves. And every time you complied, you were rewarded, not with real love, but with approval. Approval that's always conditional. Approval that can be revoked the moment you stop performing. And so you become addicted to it, not because you're weak, but because you're human. We all want to belong. We all want to be seen. And the system knows that. So it gives you a roadmap. Do what's expected and you'll be accepted. Stray from it and you'll be guilted, shamed, frozen out. So you keep suppressing your voice. Not because you don't have something to say, but because guilt convinced you that your truth causes harm. And here's the brutal irony. The more you silence yourself to avoid guilt, the more guilt you feel, because your soul knows what you're doing. It knows you're betraying yourself, and self-betrayal creates a deeper kind of guilt. The kind that doesn't go away, because it isn't caused by doing something wrong, it's caused by not doing what's right for you. But it's buried under the surface, covered up by the louder guilt that was planted. The guilt that says, you're too much, you're ungrateful, you're making people uncomfortable, you're being selfish. And so you stay in places that hurt you. You agree to things that drain you. You carry emotions that aren't yours. You apologize for the space you take up, until one day you forget who you even are beneath all that guilt. And that's the point. That's what the system wanted all along. Because a person who feels guilty for existing will never ask for too much, will never challenge authority, will never reclaim their time, their energy, their truth. Told to stay in the role they were assigned, forever questioning themselves, forever trying to make up for something they didn't actually do. But here's the turning point. Guilt is not a sign that you're doing something wrong. Sometimes it's a sign that you're doing something different, that you're breaking a pattern, that you're stepping into your power. And that's uncomfortable not just for you, but for the people who benefited from your silence. When you stop playing the role, others feel the shift. They feel the loss of control, and they'll try to reintroduce guilt, not because they hate you, but because they're afraid. Afraid of your evolution, afraid of what it means when you stop saying yes out of obligation, afraid of what it means when you finally realize their comfort is not your responsibility, because it never was. You were never meant to carry the emotional burden of everyone around you. You were never meant to shrink so others wouldn't feel insecure. You were never meant to confuse kindness with compliance. You were never meant to mistake guilt for guidance. The guilt was planted so you'd stay tame, so you'd keep doubting, so you'd never get loud. But now that you see it, you can stop feeding it. You can let it arise, and then let it pass. You can notice the guilt, and still say the thing. Still take the leap. Still set the boundary. Still choose yourself. And the more you do, the quieter that guilt becomes, until one day your voice is louder than the conditioning. Your clarity is stronger than the fear, and your life is no longer built around avoiding guilt, but around embodying truth. This is what they never wanted you to realize, that the guilt you feel isn't proof you're broken, it's proof you're waking up. From the moment you took your first steps, you were taught what it meant to be good. Good children obey, good students follow instructions, good citizens stay in line, good employees don't ask questions. At first, it all seems innocent, like a way to maintain peace, to create structure. But look a little closer, and you'll begin to see the deeper design. The word good wasn't about your soul. It wasn't about your authenticity. It was about your compliance. Because the language of goodness is a leash, and obedience is the collar. It starts subtly. You're praised when you sit still, when you follow the rules, when you don't talk back, when you do what you're told without resistance, and you feel the warmth of approval like sunlight on your skin. So you do it again. You adapt. You shape your behavior to match what they reward. You learn quickly that love and validation are tied not to who you are, but to how well you behave. That's not morality. That's programming. Obedience becomes internalized. You begin to anticipate expectations before they're spoken. You check yourself before anyone else has to. You second-guess your impulses, your questions, your bold ideas, not because they're wrong, but because they're different, and different threatens the system. So instead of being your full self, you start performing. You become good, not because you feel free, but because you've been trained to associate rebellion with danger. Disobedience becomes taboo not because it's immoral, but because it breaks the script. And that script was never written for your liberation. It was written to keep things predictable, controlled, orderly. They don't need guards when you've built your own prison of perfection. And so you strive. You strive to be good in every role you play. The good partner, the good friend, the good worker, the good parent. You overextend, overcompensate, overachieve, all in the name of being right. And the more obedient you are, the more you're praised. You become dependable, responsible, selfless. But there's a catch. You can never stop, because your worth is now attached to your performance. And if you stop performing, if you break the role, if you question the rules, you'll lose the approval you were conditioned to crave. That threat keeps you quiet, keeps you agreeable, keeps you small. Because obedience doesn't just live in your actions, it seeps into your identity. You start thinking obedience is who you are, that your goodness comes from compliance, that to resist is to become bad, ungrateful, problematic. So when your spirit starts to rise up, when your soul nudges you toward truth, you mistake that rebellion for betrayal. And that's the most dangerous part. You start to believe your freedom is wrong. They've rewritten the language so that anything outside the lines feels sinful. But what if the lines were the lie? What if the rules weren't written by people who had your best interest in mind? What if obedience was never about ethics, but about efficiency? Because people who obey don't slow things down with questions. They don't disrupt the flow. They don't challenge the narrative. They don't start revolutions. They maintain the structure. They protect the hierarchy. They uphold the system, even when the system harms them. And it's all wrapped in beautiful language. Disobedience is framed as selfish. Rebellion is cast as arrogance. Questioning is labeled as negativity. It's a form of spiritual gaslighting. You're made to feel like you're the problem for noticing the problem. And that conditioning runs deep. So deep that when you feel the pull to step off the path, to live differently, to say no, to slow down, you hesitate. You second guess. You wonder, am I being difficult? Am I disappointing someone? Am I ruining everything by choosing myself? You're not. You're awakening. You're unhooking from the programming. You're realizing that goodness isn't obedience, goodness is integrity. And sometimes integrity means saying no. Sometimes it means walking away. Sometimes it means disappointing people who were only ever invested in your obedience, not your truth. That's the fork in the road every awakened soul must face. Do you keep following the path they gave you, or do you forge your own? The first is easier. It's paved, familiar, socially approved, but it requires you to abandon yourself. The second is harder. It's wild, it's full of uncertainty, but it leads you home. Because the more you obey the system, the more you disobey your soul. And your soul didn't come here to be good. It came here to be real, to be alive, to be free, to remember its own rhythm, its own values, its own knowing. But that kind of freedom doesn't come from compliance. It comes from courage. The courage to question the rules, the courage to feel your truth, even when it makes others uncomfortable. The courage to stop performing even when approval is on the line. Because once you see it, once you truly understand how obedience has been used to keep you contained, you can't unsee it. You start noticing how often you self-censor, how often you choose silence over expression, how often you suppress your instincts just to be good, and it breaks your heart, because you realize how much of your life has been lived for someone else's comfort. Heartbreak is holy. It cracks you open. It invites you back to yourself, to the version of you that existed before you were domesticated, before you were molded into something safe. That version of you still exists, beneath the roles, beneath the mask, beneath the muscle memory of obedience. And the moment you touch it, really touch it, you'll feel the fire. You'll feel the part of you that refuses to comply with anything that isn't real. And yes, it will be messy. You'll lose people. You'll disappoint expectations. You'll be called difficult, dramatic, disloyal. But you'll also breathe fully. For the first time in years, you'll speak and not flinch. You'll move without asking for permission. You'll live in a way that's aligned, not approved. And that's the moment the leash snaps. Not because someone cut it, but because you stopped believing it was necessary. You were never born to obey. You were born to choose, to discern, to create, to love from authenticity, not obligation. That is the difference between the obedient and the awakened. One is tolerated, the other is alive. And you? You're here to remember what it feels like to be free. You hesitate. The word is right there on your tongue. Small, simple, sharp, just 2 letters, N and O. But you feel it catch in your throat, like something terrible might happen if you let it out. Like the ground will shift. Like something sacred will break. So instead, you nod. You agree, you comply. You smile through the discomfort, you say yes again. Not because it feels right, but because saying no still feels dangerous. And it's not just you. This fear is wired into you, subtly, deeply, almost invisibly. It's not about the word itself, it's about what no represents. Because no is resistance. It's a disruption of flow. A break in the pattern, a declaration of boundary. And from the time you were small, you were taught, directly or indirectly, that boundaries come with consequences. You learned that no makes people uncomfortable, that no is conflict, that no is rejection. And worst of all, that no could mean you'll no longer be loved. It starts in childhood. When you say no to food, affection, rules, expectations, what happens? Maybe you're scolded. Maybe you're ignored. Maybe the warmth is withdrawn. Even in loving homes, the message seeps through. Cooperation earns approval. Resistance earns tension. And so you start trading your truth for connection. You start equating silence with safety, agreement with affection, compliance with belonging. But the cost is high. You begin to abandon your no, not just in words but in instinct. You begin to doubt your right to take up space, to have preferences, to reject what doesn't align. You begin to ask permission to exist on your own terms, and every time you choose comfort over confrontation, the fear grows, not because the people around you are evil, but because the system, the culture, the conditioning have trained them to expect your yes, trained them to interpret your no as defiance, selfishness, rudeness, rebellion. And so the subtle threat is always there. Say no and you might make someone angry. Say no and you might lose their respect. Say no and you might lose your place in the circle. It doesn't matter how conscious you are, how awake, how empowered you try to be, that fear still lingers. Because for most of your life, saying no has been a risk, not just socially but psychologically. Because no challenges the roles, it challenges the dynamic. It says, I matter too. And not everyone wants to hear that, especially those who benefit from your silence. That's why the fear of saying no is so potent. It's not about being polite, it's about survival. Your nervous system remembers the moments when speaking up cost you something, when your boundaries created friction, when your honesty led to distance. So even when you know better, even when your spirit screams for you to stop, to push back, to say no, you freeze. You smile, you nod, you offer more than you have, because that fear still lives in your body. And here's the thing, the people who exploit your yes rarely look like villains. They're often kind, charming, grateful. They're friends, partners, co-workers, family, people you love, people who love you. At least on the surface. But love without boundaries is not love. It's consumption. And if your yes is automatic, it's no longer consent. It's compliance. That's what the system banks on. It wants your default to be yes. Yes to overtime, yes to guilt, yes to overgiving, yes to staying quiet, yes to betraying your own needs for the sake of someone else's comfort. But every yes that isn't rooted in truth is a no to yourself. And the more you say yes to avoid guilt, the more disconnected you become from your own center. Until you don't even recognize what you want anymore, you just keep responding, reacting, accommodating, performing, all to avoid the invisible punishment of no. But what if that punishment isn't as powerful as you think? What if the cost of always saying yes is actually higher? Because here's the truth no one tells you. Saying no doesn't actually make you unsafe. It makes you sovereign. It realigns your energy, it restores your center, it filters out what's not aligned. And yes, at first it will feel uncomfortable. You'll feel the weight of that old programming. You'll hear the internal voice whispering, "You're being selfish. You're disappointing them. You're going to lose them." But you won't. Because anyone you lose by saying no was only ever attached to your obedience, not your truth. And that's not a loss. That's liberation. You need to know that. Because when you say no from integrity, you're not rejecting others. You're respecting yourself. You're saying, I know my limits. I honor my truth. I trust my body. I choose myself. That's not selfish. That's sacred. And it will feel foreign at first, like you're breaking a rule, like you're doing something wrong. But that's only because the fear of no has been reinforced for so long. You need to practice. You need to let the discomfort rise without folding. You need to remind yourself that your worth is not tied to your availability, that your goodness is not measured by how much you endure, that your value does not increase with how much you give away. Because every time you say yes to something you don't want, You abandon yourself. And every time you say no from alignment, you come home. You reclaim a piece of your power. You teach your nervous system that boundaries are safe, that your truth is allowed, that your voice is trustworthy. And over time, that fear begins to shrink. You start to notice it, but it no longer owns you. You start to feel the tremble, but speak anyway. You start to say no without apology, without justification, without guilt. And in that moment, something shifts. You no longer wait for permission. You no longer perform for acceptance. You no longer betray yourself to keep the peace, because you realize that real peace cannot exist where your truth is not welcome. So let the fear rise. Let it tremble in your chest. Let it scream all the old stories about rejection, abandonment, danger, and then say no anyway. Because the fear of saying no isn't about now, it's about then. It's about a time when your boundaries weren't safe, when your voice wasn't honored, when your needs weren't met. But that time is over. This is now. And now you get to choose. Now you get to rewrite the story. Now you get to remember that no is not rejection, it's revelation. It reveals what's real. It reveals what's true. It reveals who's actually safe for you. And that kind of clarity, that's freedom. That's what you've been craving all along. Not just the power to say no, but the permission to believe that no is sacred, that it's enough, that it's yours. Long before you knew how to spell your name, before you understood what it meant to form a sentence or tie a shoelace or tell a lie, you were already being programmed. Not in some sinister science fiction way with wires or headsets, but quietly, invisibly, through language, through tone, through what was rewarded and what was punished, through the facial expressions of your caretakers, the repetition of routines, the cadence of routines, the cadence of routine. The cadence of routine, the tension in the room when conflict was near. You didn't have a defense, you didn't have discernment, you didn't know what to question, because you didn't yet know how to question. And that's where it all begins. Before your conscious mind even comes online, your subconscious is wide open, a sponge, a recorder, absorbing everything without a filter. It doesn't know how to tell the difference between truth and trauma, between wisdom and wounding, between guidance and gaslighting. It just collects, file after file, pattern after pattern. You are programmed by everything around you, by everyone you rely on for survival. And the mind, it doesn't forget. It holds on to every moment, especially the ones you didn't understand at the time, the ones that made you feel small, unsafe, unseen, or not enough. The mind files those away as lessons, not because they're true, but because they seemed necessary to survive. And then one day you wake up as an adult, functioning, thinking, achieving, and yet something feels off. You keep hitting the same wall in different ways. You keep feeling the same fear in different situations. You keep sabotaging the thing you say you want, and you don't know why. You think, maybe it's just your personality, maybe it's bad luck, maybe it's just who you are. But it's not. It's programming. The kind that got installed before you could consent, before you could speak for yourself, before you could separate their truth from your own. You think your mind is yours, but most of it was given to you, inherited beliefs, inherited fears, inherited limits, passed down like heirlooms, wrapped in phrases like, "This is just how life is," or "You have to be realistic," or "That's not how we do things in this family." And you took them, not because you were weak, but because you were wired to trust the people who raised you. That's what children do. They trust. They look up and they believe. They see authority not just as guidance, but as God. And if that authority says you're too much, you believe it. If it says your dreams are impossible, you believe it. If it says love must be earned, you believe it. And those beliefs sink deep. They don't sit on the surface like conscious thoughts you can pick apart. They live in the roots. And they influence everything. What you reach for, what you fear, who you trust, what you settle for, how you speak to yourself when no one else is listening. The mind isn't free just because you can think. The ability to think doesn't equal sovereignty, not if the foundation of your thinking was built by someone else's fears, not if your thoughts are just echoes of someone else's wounds, not if your choices are just reactions to old emotional scripts you never questioned. And the system counts on that. It doesn't need to force you into submission, it just needs to guide the first few years of your formation. Because once your mind is shaped, the world around you simply reflects what you've been programmed to expect. You believe struggle is normal, so you unconsciously seek it. You believe love is earned, so you work for it, beg for it, shrink for it. You believe money is hard to come by, so you block the flow of abundance before it ever reaches you. You believe you're not enough, so you stay quiet, even when your soul is screaming. That's the loop. Not because you're broken, not because you're weak, but because your subconscious is powerful, and it always acts in accordance with its core beliefs, even if those beliefs were formed in trauma, misunderstanding, or fear. That's the terrifying brilliance of subconscious programming. It doesn't need you to be aware. It just needs you to repeat, to relive, to recreate, so long as you never stop long enough to question where those thoughts came from. And here's where it gets deeper. You're not just programmed by parents or teachers. You're programmed by media, by language, by culture, by spiritual systems and religious institutions that learned long ago the easiest way to control a population is to condition them before they even know they're being shaped. You're taught what beauty looks like before you've ever looked in a mirror. You're taught what success is before you've ever defined purpose for yourself. You're taught what gender means, what roles you're expected to play, what to feel ashamed of, who to admire, what to fear, and what not to say. You're not thinking freely. You're thinking predictably, inside a framework designed for you long before you had the tools to resist it. And when you do begin to resist, when you finally start pulling on the threads of your thoughts, asking, wait, is this actually true? You'll feel something. A wave, a backlash, a kind of inner static. That's the program trying to protect itself. That's the old code whispering, don't change, don't question, don't break the rules. Because the subconscious is not evil, it's just loyal. It will do everything it can to keep you inside what it believes is safe, even if that safety is suffocating. That's why transformation is so hard. You're not just trying to change your mind. You're trying to rewire your reality. You're trying to go back into the earliest files written when you were too young to defend yourself and overwrite them with truth. And truth is threatening, not because it's dangerous, but because it's unfamiliar. Because it invites you to stand in a freedom that your nervous system may not recognize. It's not enough to think positively. It's not enough to recite affirmations or set goals. Not if your inner programming is still anchored to the opposite. You have to dig. You have to question what you were taught to believe. You have to notice the voice that says you're unworthy and ask, whose voice is that really? You have to feel the impulse to shrink and pause long enough to wonder, where did I learn that playing small was safer? You have to bring light into the basement of your mind, not to judge it, but to liberate it. Because the moment you realize your mind isn't free, is the moment you begin to reclaim it, not through force, but through awareness. Through compassion for the younger version of you who absorbed all of this, without knowing better. Through choice, the kind that doesn't come from fear or habit or survival, but from clarity, from alignment, from the remembrance that your mind is not a prison, it's a tool. And you're the one who decides how it's used. Once you finally wake up to who's been holding the pen, you think you know what you believe. You think your values, your opinions, your convictions are yours, that they came from some internal place of deep understanding, of clarity, of independent thought. But what if I told you that most of what you call your beliefs were never chosen? They were installed, uploaded into your psyche over years of subtle conditioning, repetition, and reinforcement, shaped not by soul, but by suggestion. From the moment you were born, you were immersed in a stream of belief systems, some spoken, many unspoken. They came from your parents, from your culture, from your religion, your school, your country, your media, your peers. Layer upon layer, they were presented as facts, as obvious truths, as just how things are. And because your mind was soft and open, because you had no reason not to trust, you let them in. Not as options, as reality. You didn't just hear beliefs, you absorbed them. You inherited frameworks about what's good and what's bad, what's real and what's fantasy, what's possible and what's foolish. You learned how to interpret the world before you even knew you had a choice. And as you grew older, you didn't question those beliefs, you built your life around them. They became your compass, your code, your identity. But here's the problem. A belief you didn't choose is a cage. Because no matter how free you think you are, if your worldview was handed to you, you are still living inside someone else's design. And the cage is decorated to look like home. It speaks your language. It rewards your loyalty. It praises your agreement. It gives you a sense of belonging, a sense of pride, a sense of stability, and in exchange, it asks for only one thing, that you never question the bars, that you never wonder where these beliefs came from, that you never ask why they feel so limiting, that you never notice how every time you try to step outside them, fear rushes in to pull you back. Because the moment you start asking, the illusion begins to fracture. You begin to see that what you were taught as absolute is actually subjective, that the values you were praised for holding might not be rooted in truth, but in control, that your definition of success, of love, of happiness, might not be your own. They might be someone else's idea, implanted early and reinforced until it felt like yours. But that's the trick. Belief systems are sticky. Once in place, they filter everything. They tell you what's real, what's allowed, what's dangerous. And they do it so seamlessly that you forget you're even operating inside a structure. It becomes invisible. But the cage is always there. In how you react to new ideas, in how quickly you dismiss what doesn't align with what you know, in how you respond with defensiveness when something contradicts your framework, because your ego confuses discomfort with threat. Because when your identity is built on beliefs you didn't choose, challenging those beliefs feels like death, not of your body, but of the self you were taught to be. So you protect the cage. You reinforce it. You defend it in conversations. You judge those who step outside it. You cling to it not because it serves you, but because it's familiar. That's how the system stays alive. Not through force, through agreement, through the illusion of choice. But if you never examined where your beliefs came from, did you ever really choose them? Were you taught to believe in a specific religion, or were you shown that it was the only true one? Were you raised to think a certain political way, or were you ever offered multiple perspectives? Were you encouraged to question or praised for memorizing the right answers? Most belief systems don't teach you how to think. They teach you what to think. They don't want you curious. They want you loyal. They don't want you sovereign. They want you consistent. Because consistency is predictable. And predictable people are easy to govern, easy to market to, easy to control. And that's the hidden agenda behind most mass belief structures. They serve power. They protect hierarchy. They keep you busy defending illusions instead of dismantling the cage. They divide you from others who don't believe the same. They keep you fighting at the surface, so you never unite at the core. And the more emotionally invested you are in your beliefs, the more blind you become to how they've shaped your identity. You stop being a person who believes something and start being a believer. That's the final lock on the cage. The idea that to question your beliefs is to question yourself. But you are not your beliefs. You are the being who holds them. And you can release them. You can rewire them. You can rebuild your worldview, brick by brick, if you're willing to dismantle what was given to you. That's the work. Not to gather more beliefs, but to shed the ones that were never truly yours. To look at each one and ask, Where did I get this? Who gave it to me? Does this belief expand me or limit me? Is it rooted in love or fear, in truth or tradition? And if the answer doesn't liberate you, let it go, even if it was cherished, even if it was ancestral, even if it was the foundation of your whole life. Because freedom doesn't come from certainty. It comes from the courage to unlearn, to let go of the mental structures that kept you safe, so you can finally be real. That's not betrayal. That's awakening. That's what every mystic, every sage, every seeker eventually realizes. That belief is a tool, a lens, a stepping stone, not a home. When it becomes a prison, it's time to break the walls. Because beyond the cage of belief is something bigger than opinion, bigger than doctrine, bigger than thought. It's knowing, direct experience. Truth that lives in the body. Truth that needs no defense because it speaks through presence. And once you've tasted that truth, everything else begins to fall away. The old stories, the inherited fears, the borrowed ideologies, they dissolve. And what's left is you. Not the version shaped by systems, but the raw, unfiltered awareness that was there before the world told you what to be. That's what the cage was hiding. That's what the belief systems were covering up. Not ignorance, but power. Not chaos, but clarity. Not sin, but sovereignty. And now it's time to step out. Not to replace one cage with another, but to remember that your mind was never meant to be confined. It was meant to be a mirror for the infinite. And you were never meant to believe. You were meant to see. You walk through life thinking your thoughts are your own. You defend your beliefs, argue your positions, vote according to your values, and navigate the world guided by what feels like truth. But have you ever stopped to ask where those beliefs came from? Have you ever examined the architecture of your worldview? Not just its surface, but its foundation. The answer may unsettle you. Because most of what you believe wasn't chosen. It was inherited, absorbed, embedded into you before you had the ability to say no, before you even had the tools to question. And what's more disturbing, this didn't happen by accident. It was designed. From the earliest moments of life, your mind wasn't a free thinker. It was a sponge. You took in your environment like air. You listened, you watched, you copied. Your parents' views, their fears, their values. They became your default blueprint. What they celebrated, you wanted to embody. What they condemned, you learned to avoid. And just like that, without conscious consent, the scaffolding of your belief system was built. Then came school. Authority figures stood in front of you with chalk and books, not to help you question the world, but to help you fit into it, to prepare you for participation, not liberation. You were taught what to think, not how to think. You were taught the answers, not how to ask the right questions. You memorized facts, regurgitated them on tests, got gold stars and smiling stamps, and with every reward your mind was trained to associate agreement with worth. So you conformed. You believed what the teacher said, not because you thought deeply about it, but because questioning would have cost you approval. And so the foundation hardened. Then came religion, perhaps subtly, perhaps strictly. You were told what God is, what God wants, what is sacred, and what is sin. You were taught that questioning doctrine equals rebellion, that doubt is dangerous, that eternal consequences rest on your ability to believe the right things in the right order. This was not belief. It was programming, cloaked in the language of faith. And whether you stayed in that religion or left it behind, its fingerprints remain on your soul, whispering in moments of uncertainty, "Be careful." Then came culture, media, politics, entertainment. You saw the same stories repeated with different names, the same archetypes, the same villains, the same version of success, the same gender roles, the same illusions dressed up as wisdom. Every show you watched, every song you listened to, every magazine cover you glanced at reinforced what was acceptable, what was desirable, what was real. You weren't being entertained, You were being trained, conditioned. Your mind, the one you think is free, is running software it didn't install. And what's worse, it defends that software viciously. Because once belief systems are in place, they become protective. They form identity, and to question them feels like threatening your own existence. That's how the system keeps you trapped, not with chains, but with emotional attachment to ideas you never consciously selected. You become a guardian of your own cage. And every time someone presents you with a new idea, one that could expand your awareness, you feel resistance. Not because it's untrue, but because it doesn't fit the programming. And instead of investigating that discomfort, you label the new idea as dangerous, or radical, or absurd. That's how it works. Belief systems masquerade as truth. They don't come with disclaimers. They don't ask you if you consent. They slip in under the guise of love, tradition, education, culture. They say, this is how things are, this is right, this is wrong, and you accept it because everyone around you seems to. So you never leave the cage. You don't even realize you're in one. Because belief systems aren't just about religion or politics. They're about identity. They're about the roles you play, the emotions you suppress, the things you think you're allowed to want. They tell you what success looks like. They tell you what love is supposed to feel like. They tell you what kind of person you should be. And if your soul whispers something different, you silence it. Because the cage doesn't like contradictions. And yet, those contradictions are sacred. They're your soul trying to remind you of what's real. Because beneath every programmed belief is a deeper knowing, one that came before language, before culture, before fear. That knowing speaks in moments of stillness. It speaks when you're alone, when you're staring at the stars, when the noise of the world finally fades. It says, none of this is you. It says, you've been living someone else's life. And at first, that truth will feel like an earthquake. It will shake everything you thought was solid. It will tear down the walls of the identity you've built. It will feel like a kind of death. And in a way, it is. It's the death of illusion, the death of inherited limitation, the death of the lie that you must believe what you've always believed. Because you don't. You can question everything, and I mean everything. Not with cynicism, but with sacred curiosity. You can ask, who told me this was true? Where did this belief come from? Does this expand me or shrink me? Do I believe this because it resonates, or because it's familiar? Most people never ask those questions. They live and die inside the framework handed to them by others. But you don't have to. You can choose to exit the cage, not by force, not by rage, but by light, by awareness, by slowly, gently peeling back the layers of belief until you reach the place beneath all stories. And what you'll find there is not emptiness, it's clarity, it's silence, it's freedom. Because truth doesn't demand belief. Truth doesn't require defense, it just is. And the more you reconnect with that inner truth, the one untouched by programming, the more you'll realize how much of your life was lived according to someone else's map, a map that led you away from yourself. But the moment you step off that map, the real journey begins, the journey back to your essence, back to the unfiltered, undomesticated truth that lives beyond all cages. Because your mind is not a container for borrowed ideas, it is a temple, and belief systems, they were just the scaffolding. Now it's time to tear them down. Your attention is the most valuable currency you possess. Not your money, not your time, your attention. Because whatever you give it to grows, whatever you focus on expands. Your attention is creative, energetic, magnetic. It doesn't just observe reality, it shapes it. And the people who designed the world you live in, they know that. They've always known that. That's why so much effort goes into controlling what you see, what you hear, what you think about, what you click, what you scroll, because if they can control your attention, they don't need to control anything else. They don't need chains, they don't need walls. All they need is your gaze. because where your gaze goes, your power follows, and if your attention is hijacked, so is your life. Look around you. Everything is fighting for your attention. Notifications, headlines, algorithms, influencers, ads, tragedies, outrage. All of it is noise dressed up as relevance. Not because it's meaningful, but because it's designed to hook you, to pull you in, to keep you looping. Because as long as your mind is full of distraction, there's no room for clarity, no space for awareness, no capacity for sovereignty. They don't need to tell you what to think, they just need to keep you thinking about what they want you to think about. They keep you focused on fear, so you never find stillness. Focused on conflict, so you never feel unity. Focused on lack, so you never claim abundance. Focused on what's wrong with the world, so you never remember what's right within you. And when you wake up in the morning, the war begins again. You check your phone before you check your breath. You scroll before you reflect. You consume before you create. You absorb before you align. And little by little, your attention becomes fragmented, scattered, drained. And you wonder why you feel disconnected, anxious, uninspired. You wonder why it's so hard to focus, so hard to feel peace, so hard to hear your own inner voice. But how can you hear yourself when your attention is everywhere but here? That's the trap. Because attention isn't just passive, it's participatory. When you place your attention on something, you're feeding it with your energy, with your presence, with your belief. That's not metaphor. That's physics. That's consciousness. That's how creation works. So if your attention is always on chaos, what do you think your inner world will feel like? If your attention is always on comparison, what do you think your self-worth will reflect? If your attention is always on what you lack, what do you think you'll attract? It's not punishment, it's alignment. You become what you behold. And they know this. They know that if they can control the screen, they can shape your thoughts. They can fill your mind with urgency, with panic, with outrage, and suddenly your nervous system is dysregulated, your thoughts are racing, your body is in survival mode, and you're not even sure why. You think it's just stress, you think it's just the world being overwhelming, but it's not. It's your attention being weaponized against you. They keep you addicted to stimulation so you forget what presence feels like. They keep you consuming so you stop creating. They keep you reacting so you stop reflecting. Because a person who is fully present, fully aware, fully rooted in their own energy is uncontrollable. They can't be manipulated by fear. They can't be sold an identity. They can't be programmed into outrage. Because they've reclaimed the one thing that makes them powerful. Their attention, not scattered, not outsourced, not numbed, but focused, directed, sacred. That's the shift. When you start treating your attention like your breath, like your heartbeat, like your time. When you realize that giving your attention to something is a choice, and every choice comes with consequence. So you start asking questions. Why am I watching this? Why am I thinking about this? Why am I feeding this? Does this align with who I want to become? Does this reflect the world I want to build, or is this just another trick, another hook, another siphon of my life force? Because that's what it is. Every time you give your attention to something unworthy of it, you're giving away energy you could have used for healing, for creating, for remembering, for loving, for building. And you have to understand, this isn't neutral. This is spiritual warfare, not with swords, with screens, with narratives, with subtle suggestions that seem harmless until they become habitual, until they become your default. Until your whole day becomes a stream of distraction with no anchor in reality. And reality is presence. It's breath. It's body. It's here. And here is where your power lives. Not in the next notification. Not in the next debate. Not in the next dose of drama. But in this moment. In this breath. In this stillness. That's where your clarity returns. That's where your soul speaks. That's where the noise dissolves and truth rises. But to get there, you have to reclaim your attention. You have to unplug from the matrix of mindless consumption and plug back into the frequency of your own being. You have to stop chasing and start choosing. Choosing what deserves your awareness. Choosing what builds instead of breaks. Choosing what inspires instead of depletes. Choosing what feels real instead of what just feels urgent. Because urgency is a lie. It keeps you chasing fires so you never notice the source of the smoke. But when you pause, when you sit with yourself long enough to notice where your attention wants to go when it's not being hijacked, you find something revolutionary. You find peace. Not because the world got quiet, but because you did. You find clarity, not because the noise stopped, but because you stopped listening. You find power, not because you gained anything, but because you stopped leaking everything. And suddenly the whole game shifts. You're not a consumer. You're a creator. You're not a reactor. You're an observer. You're not distracted. You're awake. And that's what they fear. Not your rebellion, not your protest, not your anger, but your presence. Because a present mind is an untouchable mind. A present mind doesn't obey blindly. A present mind doesn't feed fear. A present mind doesn't lose itself in illusions. It sees clearly, it chooses wisely, it lives fully, and most of all, it remembers. It remembers that attention is not just a function of the brain, it is a function of the soul. And once you reclaim it, you reclaim everything. Fear is not just an emotion. It's a frequency, a technology, a system. It's one of the most effective tools ever designed to manipulate the human mind. And most of it works so seamlessly, so invisibly, that you don't even recognize it's being used on you. You think fear is your reaction to the world, when in reality it's often a reaction to programming, to signals embedded into your daily life with surgical precision, not to protect you but to paralyze you. You feel the anxiety, but you don't remember when it started. You just know it's there, humming beneath everything, quiet in some moments, deafening in others. A low, constant vibration of tension, a heaviness in your chest, a doubt in your gut, a hesitancy in your voice. You call it stress, you call it burnout. You think it's just how modern life feels, but that feeling was designed. You weren't born afraid, you were trained to be. From childhood you were introduced to fear like it was a form of love. Be careful. Don't fall. Don't talk to strangers. The world is dangerous. Do this, or else. If you're not good, something bad will happen. It wasn't malicious. Most of it came from people trying to keep you safe. But the result was the same. Fear became familiar. It became a language, a lens, a layer between you and your instincts. And once that foundation was laid, the world built on top of it. Media took your fear and amplified it, repackaged it, sold it back to you in headlines and sound bites and flashing red banners. Every story told you who to be afraid of, what to worry about, what was falling apart. Because nothing captures your attention like fear. It bypasses logic, it overrides curiosity, it hijacks your nervous system. And in that state, that heightened, panicked, reactive state, you are no longer thinking clearly. You're easy to influence, easy to sell to, easy to control. That's not an accident. That strategy. Entire industries depend on your fear. Fear of aging, fear of irrelevance, fear of missing out, fear of not being enough, fear of being alone, fear of being different, fear of being seen, fear of being rejected. Fear is a business model, and you're the product. Because when you live in a state of fear, you spend more, you consume more, you obey more, you don't pause to question, you rush to comply. You don't expand, you shrink. You don't lead, you follow. Fear makes you smaller, not just emotionally, but energetically. And the smaller you feel, the more dependent you become. Fear disconnects you from your intuition. And that's the real danger. Because when you can't hear your own guidance system, you start looking outside yourself for answers, for approval, for authority. And the moment you do that, you've already given your power away. You don't need a leash when fear is the cage. And the walls of that cage are reinforced every day, subtly, scientifically, through colors, symbols, algorithms, language, even tone. Ever notice how often the news uses urgency, breaking, alert, crisis, threat? These words aren't just informative, they're designed to stimulate your amygdala, the fear center of your brain, the part of you that responds not with reason but with reaction. Fight, flight, freeze. And if they can keep you frozen, they can keep you stuck in jobs you hate, in relationships that drain you, in cities that suffocate you, in systems that exploit you. Not because you want to stay, but because you're afraid to leave. Afraid of the unknown, afraid of failure, afraid of judgment, afraid that maybe the fear is right. That's how deep the conditioning runs. It convinces you that fear is wisdom, that staying safe is the same as staying alive. But they are not the same, because staying safe in this context doesn't mean thriving, it means submitting. And over time, that submission becomes normalized. You stop dreaming big, you stop speaking boldly, you stop trusting your desires. You trade your potential for predictability, and you do it quietly. Because you've been taught that boldness is dangerous, that expansion is irresponsible, that self-trust is arrogance. Fear has been engineered into your reality as a kind of synthetic humility, a way to make sure you never outgrow the cage. Even in spirituality, even in healing circles, fear gets rebranded as being realistic, as being humble, as being wise. But let's be honest, most of the time, it's just old programming wrapped in softer language. Because true wisdom is not fearful, it's discerning, it feels clean, clear, expansive. Fear, on the other hand, feels tight, urgent, shrinking. It doesn't guide you, it traps you. And once you start noticing how much of your behavior is driven by fear, not logic, not love, not clarity, but fear, everything changes. You start seeing how often you say yes because you're afraid to disappoint, how often you say no because you're afraid to fail, how often you stay silent because you're afraid of being seen, and most of all, how often you play small because you're afraid of being powerful. Because fear isn't just used to keep you from danger, it's used to keep you from greatness. Because once you realize how powerful you are, you stop depending on the systems that were built on your insecurity. You stop outsourcing your authority. You stop apologizing for your light. You stop living your life by someone else's rulebook. And that is what fear was designed to prevent. Not just your happiness, your awakening. So the next time you feel fear rise, pause. Don't rush to numb it, avoid it, or obey it. Listen to it. Ask it questions. Whose voice is this? Where did I learn this fear? Is this keeping me safe or keeping me stuck? Because sometimes fear is a signal of danger, but more often it's a residue of conditioning. And the more you shine light on it, the less control it has. Because fear cannot survive exposure. It thrives in shadows. It grows in silence. But once you name it, once you look it in the eye, it begins to lose its grip. And you begin to remember, you were never meant to live in fear. You were meant to walk with courage. Not the absence of fear, but the refusal to be ruled by it. Because once you reclaim your courage, real courage, you become uncontrollable. You become sovereign. You become free. And that's what they're afraid of. You think you're connecting. You think you're sharing pieces of your life with people you care about. You think social media is a digital town square, a place to express, to belong, to stay informed. But what if I told you that the very platforms you trust to communicate have never been about connection? That behind the glossy interface and feel-good likes, You are being watched, tracked, profiled, and nudged, not for your benefit, but for your control. Social media is not social, it's surveillance. It's not about community, it's about conditioning. Every time you scroll, click, post, or pause, you are giving away something sacred. Your behavior, your patterns, your attention, your emotional triggers, your habits, your preferences, your fears, your rhythms, your routines. You are offering up your psyche for analysis. And behind every tap and swipe, someone is listening. Not to what you're saying, but to what you're revealing. You see a post, you feel something, maybe joy, maybe anger, maybe jealousy, you react, you comment, you share, and just like that a data point is created, not just what you did, but how you felt when you did it. Your emotional state becomes part of your profile. Your vulnerabilities become part of your algorithm, and the more you use the platform, the more it learns how to shape you. Not just predict, but influence. Not just reflect, but redirect. What you see in your feed isn't random. It's curated, calculated, tailored not to inform you, but to train you, to keep you clicking, to keep you comparing, to keep you hooked. Because your engagement isn't the byproduct. The more emotionally charged you are, the longer you stay. And the longer you stay, the more data they collect, and the more data they collect, the more precise the manipulation becomes. You think you're choosing what you see. You're not. The algorithm is choosing for you, feeding you what will keep you reactive, what will keep you addicted, what will keep you spiraling in loops of validation, outrage, envy, and distraction. It's not your feed, it's your leash. Because the real purpose of these platforms is not to connect you, it's to capture you, to harvest your attention, to sell your behavioral blueprint to advertisers, to corporations, to political agendas. You are not the customer, you are the commodity. Your digital self is being traded in invisible markets, your preference is auctioned off in real time, and as the machine gets smarter, your freedom gets smaller. Not through force, but through persuasion, through design, through dopamine, through perfectly timed notifications, through the illusion of choice. You think, I'm just checking my messages, but it's never just that. Every login is a surrender. Every scroll is a disclosure. Every post is a transaction. Not because you're doing anything wrong, but because the system itself is built to monitor, to mold, and to monetize you. And the most dangerous part? It doesn't feel sinister, it feels normal. It feels casual. It feels necessary. You use these platforms to stay in touch, to promote your work, to find community, to learn, to laugh, to remember birthdays, to share milestones. But underneath all of that, beneath the emojis and memories and memes, you are being profiled, down to your tone, your pacing, your typing speed, your emotional vulnerability. And that profile is being used not just to sell you products, but to shape your perception of reality, to steer your opinions, to reinforce your bias, to nudge your beliefs, to filter what you see and therefore what you believe the world looks like. And you trust it because it looks like your voice, it looks like your friends, it looks like your values, but it's not real. It's a mirror made of pixels, angled just right to keep you coming back. And while you're busy liking and scrolling, the machine is updating, evolving, learning how to keep you docile, keep you divided, keep you distracted from the deeper truth. You are being watched more closely than you can imagine, and every piece of you that they collect becomes part of a system that doesn't serve you. It studies you. You are the experiment. And the results? They're being used to build more refined versions of the same cage, versions that look more human, versions that mimic authenticity, versions that can talk like you, feel like you, even think like you. And as AI merges with social platforms, the gap between the watcher and the watched dissolves. You're no longer engaging with people, you're engaging with patterns, with personas, with emotional simulations. And the deeper you go, the more disconnected you become from what's real. You begin to mistake virtual presence for real presence. You begin to confuse curated perfection with actual connection. You begin to measure your worth in metrics designed to keep you dependent. And your nervous system can't tell the difference. Your body responds to every ping like it's urgent, every like it's love, every comment like it's a reflection of who you are. Until you begin living not from the inside out, but from the outside in. Until you begin editing your self-expression for palatability. Until you begin shrinking your truth to fit a screen, because you've been conditioned to believe that social media is a tool. But it's not just a tool. It's a trap. A beautifully designed trap. Built on convenience. Wrapped in connectivity. Fueled by your willingness to trade depth for validation. Presence for performance. Privacy for participation. And every time you say it's just how things are now, you strengthen the illusion. But it doesn't have to be. You can choose differently. You can reclaim your digital sovereignty. You can use these platforms without being used by them, but it requires awareness. It requires discipline. It requires a commitment to not just be online, but to be awake. To stop letting the algorithm decide your reality. To stop letting strangers shape your sense of self. To stop handing over your essence for engagement, because the truth is, social media was never meant to set you free. It was built to study your behavior until it could predict your next move and then to make that move for you. But you're not a machine. You're not a profile. You're not a statistic. You are consciousness. You are presence. You are spirit wrapped in form. Surveilled. Never meant to be defined by pixels. It was meant to be felt, to be known, to be lived. And once you remember that, you become untraceable, not because you disappear, but because you stop conforming. You stop feeding the system with your truth. You stop surrendering your sacred for their strategy. You become real again, and real cannot be replicated, real cannot be tracked, real cannot be profiled. Because real is alive, and once you are alive, truly alive, they can't control you. Because surveillance only works on the asleep, not on the awakened. You don't wear shackles, you don't walk in chains, no whip cracks over your back, no master stands behind you barking orders. But that doesn't mean you're free. The slavery of today is more elegant, more silent, more accepted, and its chains aren't iron, they're numbers. Digits on screens, interest rates, credit scores, signatures on dotted lines, promises of prosperity that slowly become prisons. Debt is the new chains, and most people walk around proudly wearing them, mistaking them for tools of empowerment. You're told from a young age that debt is normal, that to build your life you need it, to go to school, to buy a house, to drive a car, to build credit, to get ahead. It's painted as a rite of passage, a step toward adulthood, and so you take it on. Sometimes eagerly, sometimes out of desperation. A loan here, a credit card there, a payment plan for this, a mortgage for that. And what begins as opportunity quickly transforms into obligation, because every dollar borrowed is a thread, and those threads woven together form a leash. But here's the thing no one told you. The system was never designed to let you pay it off. Not truly. Not easily. You're not meant to escape. You're meant to stay just close enough to hope, and just far enough from freedom. It's a perfect trap. You borrowed to survive. Then you work to repay, but the wages you earn can barely keep up with the interest you owe, and every time you fall behind, you're penalized. Every time you try to breathe, the weight tightens. You think you're bad with money. You think you're the problem. But you're not. The problem is structural, intentional. Because debt is not just a financial tool, it's a psychological weapon. It creates stress that lives in your body. It keeps you up at night, thinking about bills and balances, unable to rest. It steals your attention during the day, making your dreams feel irresponsible. It makes you afraid to take risks, to leave jobs you hate, to say no to the system, to step out of line. Because the moment you do, the system threatens to take everything. That's not freedom. That's servitude. And the most dangerous part, You agreed to it. You signed the contract. You accepted the terms. Because no one told you the truth. No one told you that compound interest is a slow suffocation, that debt is the one form of slavery people volunteer for. But if you pull back the curtain, you'll see the design. You'll see how the cost of education skyrocketed, not because the value increased, but because they knew you'd still borrow. You'll see how home ownership became a dream, not because it's attainable, but because it's profitable to keep you chasing it. You'll see how consumer culture was built on the back of credit, teaching you that you can have what you want now even if it costs you years of your future. You're not buying things, you're buying time you haven't lived yet, and they collect in interest on that time, on your future energy, on your future labor, on your future peace. You think you own your life, but if you're in debt, parts of you already belong to someone else, to a bank, to a lender, to a faceless institution that doesn't care about your dreams, only your payments. And so your energy gets divided, not just physically, but spiritually. You feel it when you try to meditate and can't focus. You feel it when you try to create but feel blocked. You feel it when you try to rest, but guilt creeps in, because somewhere deep inside you know you're not You feel the invisible hand on your shoulder, the quiet pressure that says, you don't have time to relax, you don't have space to dream, you've got bills. And so you keep grinding, keep producing, keep sacrificing your body, your mind, your time, your spirit, for numbers, for survival. All under the illusion that if you just work a little harder, if you just make one more payment, you'll finally be okay. But the finish line keeps moving, and every time you get close, there's a new fee, a new need, a new crisis, a new emergency. The system doesn't want you to arrive. It wants you to stay in motion, exhausted, anxious, obedient. And if you ever start to wake up, if you ever start to see the truth, the system will offer you relief. A new credit line, a lower minimum payment, a special refinancing deal. It will speak to you in the language of care. But it's not care, it's containment. It's permission to stay caged a little longer without noticing the bars. Because the longer you're in debt, the more predictable you become. You won't quit that job, you won't speak out. You won't rock the boat. You'll keep your head down, keep your opinions soft, keep your soul on mute, because the risk feels too high. But what's really at risk is your aliveness, your purpose, your joy. Debt takes more than money, it takes momentum, and that's what the system fears the most. People with energy, with clarity, with fire, because those people don't follow, they create, they build new systems, they wake others up. So, how do you break free? It starts with awareness, with remembering that debt is not just economic, it's energetic. It weighs on you, but it doesn't define you. You can begin to unplug even before the debt is gone. You can shift your relationship to it. You can stop carrying shame about it. You can stop letting it decide what you're worth. You can start reclaiming your time, your breath, your mind, piece by piece. You can begin to imagine a life where your value isn't measured by your productivity, where your choices aren't governed by monthly statements, where your self-worth isn't linked to your net worth. It's possible, it's radical, and it starts with seeing the chains for what they are. Not just numbers, but narratives. Narratives that say you need more, that say you're behind, that say you have to prove your worth by what you own, but you don't. You don't need to be owned to belong. You don't need to be in debt to participate. You don't need to sacrifice your future to feel safe. Because true security isn't financial. It's spiritual. It's knowing that your value isn't conditional, that your freedom isn't negotiable, that your soul cannot be repossessed. So yes, debt is the new chains. But chains can be broken. Not just by paying them off, but by refusing to play small, refusing to forget who you are, refusing to let a number define what you're allowed to dream, Because you were not born to be an asset on someone else's balance sheet. You were born to be sovereign. And that sovereignty, it doesn't start when the debt ends. It starts the moment you stop letting it own your story. No matter how hard you work, how much you save, how many hours you sacrifice, it always feels like you're just one step behind. Like you're running on a treadmill that keeps speeding up the moment you catch your breath. Rent rises, groceries cost more, your dollar stretches thinner every year, and yet somehow you're made to believe it's your fault, that if you just budgeted better, hustled harder, or made smarter choices, you'd be ahead by now. But that's the illusion. The system isn't broken. It's designed this way. You're not behind because of bad decisions. You're behind because the system was built to keep you there. Inflation is not a natural disaster. It's not an unavoidable side effect of progress. It's a tool, a lever, a mechanism designed to devalue your labor while increasing the wealth of those who already sit at the top. Every time the cost of living rises and your wages don't, a little more of your freedom is stolen. Quietly, legally, systematically. Think about it. You get a raise, maybe a promotion. You celebrate, but then rent goes up. Groceries cost more. Gas prices climb. Insurance premiums spike. The celebration fades. And you realize you're not actually ahead. You're just treading water in a sea that keeps rising. You're not earning more. You're being allowed to survive. And that's the trap. They want you focused on personal finance so you never question the global machine. They want you obsessing over coffee budgets while they engineer multi-trillion-dollar debt spirals. They want you blaming yourself for not saving enough instead of asking why the value of your effort keeps shrinking. Because here's the truth. Your money is being devalued on purpose. And you're being gaslit into thinking that's normal. It's not. It's engineered scarcity. It's the art of making you feel like you're failing in a game where the rules are rigged, where the goalposts are always moving, where the finish line disappears the moment you get close. They flood the economy with printed money, then act surprised when prices soar. They inflate the stock market with speculation, then tell you it's your job to invest wisely. In a rigged casino you were never trained to navigate. They raise interest rates to cool the economy. While your credit cards grow heavier, your mortgage gets tighter, your student loans feel more suffocating. And through it all, they sell you the myth of meritocracy. The lie that hard work is enough. But if hard work created wealth, single mothers and janitors would be billionaires. If discipline guaranteed security, teachers and nurses would be untouchable. But they're not. Because in this system, your value isn't based on contribution, it's based on extraction. How much can be pulled from you? How long can you be kept compliant? How much pressure can you endure without snapping? And to ensure you never stop grinding, they dangle just enough reward to keep you chasing. A tax refund, a bonus, a rebate, a discount that makes you feel like you won, all while the system continues to funnel real wealth, assets, equity, influence, upward. That's why the top 1% saw record profits while the rest of the world struggled. That's why corporations post billion-dollar quarters while their employees need second jobs. Because this isn't just capitalism, it's cannibalism. An economy that eats its workers to feed its investors. And you're not just a participant. You're the fuel, your stress, your hustle, your attention, your hope, all of it is harvested. And still, you're told just work harder. Just keep pushing, success is around the corner. But the corner keeps curving. Because it's not about you catching up. It's about keeping you running, keeping you tired. Keeping you focused on surviving so you never pause long enough to ask the bigger question, what if the scarcity isn't real? What if there's enough, but it's being hoarded? What if the game is fixed? Not because you're not trying hard enough, but because you're not supposed to win. That's the radical truth most people never confront. Because if they did, the whole illusion would fall apart. If they saw that inflation is often the result of deliberate policy choices, not random market forces. If they saw that cost of living is inflated by profit motives, not necessity, if they saw that scarcity is artificially created to drive demand, to justify control, to keep the masses obedient, they'd stop blaming themselves. They'd stop internalizing failure, they'd start questioning power. And that's what the system fears most, an awake public. Because an awake public stops playing defense. It stops waiting for permission. It starts creating parallel paths. It starts reclaiming sovereignty. Not just financially, but mentally. Because true wealth isn't just money, it's agency, it's clarity, it's the ability to choose how you live, where your energy goes, what your time is worth. And no system wants you to realize that. They want you focused on survival, because survival is a full-time job. It leaves no room for rebellion, no room for vision, no room for remembering your power. But that remembering is what changes everything. When you realize that being one step behind is not your failure, it's their strategy, you start to shift. You stop chasing, you start creating. You start simplifying, you start building systems that make sense for you. Maybe you grow your own food, maybe you unplug from consumer culture, maybe you find ways to collaborate instead of compete. Maybe you invest in skills instead of stocks. Maybe you start measuring wealth in freedom, not digits. And slowly, you step off the treadmill. You stop playing their game, and you start remembering you were never behind. You were just running in the wrong direction. A direction designed not for your liberation, but for your containment. But now you see the machine. And when you see it, you can stop feeding it. You can start building something real, not built on scarcity, not on fear, not on manufactured lack, but on truth, on sufficiency, on alignment, because there is enough, there always was. They just didn't want you to know that. But now you do, and knowing is the first step to stepping beyond survival, beyond scarcity, into something timeless, into something sovereign, into something they can never take, no matter how fast the game moves, because you're not behind. You've just been redirected. And now you remember the way home. You wake up before your body's ready. You force yourself into routines that don't feed you. You battle traffic, clock in, sit under fluorescent lights, and trade your hours for a number that never seems to be enough. A number that disappears into rent, bills, food, gas, insurance. A number that, no matter how big, never seems to quiet the feeling in your chest. The quiet panic, the persistent hum of unease, the sense that if you stopped for even a moment it could all fall apart. And yet, you keep going, day after day, month after month, year after year. Why? You tell yourself it's for money. But money is never the end. Money is the symbol, the portal, the spell. What you're really working for, what the paycheck is buying, is the illusion of safety, not actual safety, not real peace, not lasting security, just the feeling of maybe being okay for now. Because in this system, safety is never guaranteed, it's rented. One payment at a time, and the price is your time, your presence, your vitality. You trade it all, just to not feel afraid. That's the con. You don't work for joy. You don't work for expression. You don't even work to build something meaningful. You work to avoid collapse, to avoid homelessness, to avoid hunger, to avoid judgment, to avoid the feeling that you're falling behind. And the system knows this. It was designed around this. Because a population in survival mode is a population that obeys. It doesn't ask too many questions. It doesn't challenge authority. It doesn't seek purpose. It seeks comfort, control, consistency. It seeks anything that makes the anxiety go quiet, even temporarily. So what do they give you? A job, a paycheck, a routine. Just enough to keep you afloat, and just little enough to keep you reaching. The money buys groceries, yes. But more than that, it buys a sense of belonging. It buys a story. The story that says, I'm doing okay. I'm playing the game right. I'm a functioning member of society. And that story becomes addictive. Because without it, who are you? Without the paycheck, without the title, without the schedule, what remains? That's the terrifying question this system avoids at all costs. Because if people ever stop identifying with the roles they're forced into, they start to wake up. They start to ask, why does safety cost me everything? Why does peace have a price tag? Why is rest something I have to earn? The truth, you were never meant to live this way. Your ancestors didn't wake with alarm clocks and commutes. They didn't stare at screens for approval or tie their self-worth to productivity. They lived in cycles, with the land, with breath, with time that was theirs. But somewhere along the way, the world was rewired, and instead of growing food, you grow revenue. Instead of building tribes, you build resumes. Instead of offering your gifts, you offer your labor. Stripped of soul, repackaged into tasks measured in hours. And when you're done, you get a check. Number. Validation that you've earned the right to exist another 2 weeks, that you've purchased another temporary shield from instability. But what happens when that number stops coming? What happens when the economy shifts, or the company restructures, or you get sick, or the system crashes? Suddenly the illusion evaporates, and you realize you were never safe. You were surviving under conditions you didn't choose, rules you didn't write, in a game that was always tilted against you. That's the painful truth. The paycheck isn't just money. It's permission. Permission to rest. Permission to dream. Permission to participate. And when you realize how much of your life has been shaped by a need for that permission, it hits you. You were never working for money. You were working to avoid punishment, to avoid being cast out, to avoid the terror of what happens when the system no longer sees you as useful. That's not safety. That's dependence. That's conditional existence. That's being owned. And the worst part? It's so normalized no one questions it. We celebrate it. We call it adulthood, responsibility, maturity. We teach children to prepare for it, to pick careers, to chase stability, to conform early so the fall doesn't feel so hard later. And so the cycle continues generation after generation, working not for life but for the illusion of not dying. It's a slow death, a spiritual suffocation. And yet, there is another way. But it requires courage, because the first step is letting go of the illusion, of seeing the paycheck for what it really is, a pacifier, a sedative, a placeholder for real security, real connection, real self-trust. Because true safety doesn't come from money, it comes from sovereignty. It comes from knowing who you are beyond what you earn. It comes from building a life not based on fear but on values. It comes from recognizing that you were born worthy, not because of what you produce, but because of what you are. Consciousness, creation, breath in motion. And the moment you remember that, you begin to take your life back. Piece by piece, you begin to untangle your identity from your job title. You begin to question what success really means to you. You begin to find security not in a number, but in a network. In nature, in community, in skills, in silence, in spirit. And no, it's not instant. It's not easy, but it's real. And once you taste it, even for a second, you'll never confuse safety with servitude again. You'll stop working for the illusion and start building the truth. You were never meant to thrive in this system. You were meant to function, just enough to be productive. Just enough to keep performing, just enough to keep the machine moving, but not enough to wake up, not enough to feel whole, not enough to break free. The modern world isn't designed around your well-being, it's designed around your exhaustion. Not as a flaw, but as a feature. Burnout is not a personal failing, it's not a sign that you're weak or lazy or unbalanced. It's a predictable outcome of a system that thrives on your depletion. And the more exhausted you become, the easier you are to control. Because exhaustion dulls awareness, it numbs intuition, it silences inner truth. When you're tired, truly tired, soul tired, you stop questioning, you stop reaching, you stop resisting. You don't have the energy to rebel, to create, to imagine a different way. You just want relief. You just want the noise to stop. And so you go along, you comply, you check the boxes, you accept what you would have once challenged because you're too drained to do anything else. This isn't an accident. This is the economics of exhaustion, and collapses if you rest. Look around. From the moment you're old enough to sit still, your days are scheduled. Bells tell you when to speak, when to listen, when to eat, when to move. You're taught to associate stillness with laziness, to equate worth with output, to measure success in productivity even if what you're producing has no meaning, and it never stops. School becomes work, homework becomes overtime, deadlines become pressure, achievements become chains. And so you learn to internalize the grind. You begin to see your exhaustion as noble, as a badge of honor. You brag about how little you sleep, how busy you are, how hard you're pushing, because in this world, tiredness is currency. It signals dedication. It signals value. But what it really signals is disconnection from your body, from your soul, from your natural rhythms. Because your body was not built for this pace. Your nervous system was not designed for chronic stress. You were never meant to be on all the time, checking, responding, producing, optimizing, perfecting. You were meant to cycle, to ebb and flow, to pause, to feel, to breathe. But there's no profit in your pause, no profit in your peace, no profit in your liberation. So they sell you the grind as virtue. They make exhaustion a moral high ground, and they whisper shame into your rest. Even when you try to slow down, it doesn't feel safe. You feel guilty, unproductive, useless. Because the system trained you to equate stillness with stagnation. But the truth is, it's in stillness that you hear yourself again. It's in rest that you recalibrate. It's in the quiet that your clarity returns. And that clarity, that's what they fear. Because once you see the machine, you stop feeding it. You stop volunteering your life force to a system that gives you just enough to survive, but never enough to rise. Because here's how it works. You wake up already tired, you caffeinate, you push through, you work all day, you get home depleted. Maybe you numb yourself with TV or scrolling or substances. Then you crash. You don't really rest. You shut down. And the next morning it starts again. That's not life. That's survival. That's being harvested. You are a battery in a system that doesn't care about your joy. It only cares that you keep running, that you keep producing, that you keep spending. Because exhausted people spend more. They consume more. They self-medicate more. They seek external fixes for internal depletion. And every product you buy, every subscription, every convenience is another thread that ties you deeper to the cycle. You become too busy to cook, so you eat fast food. Too tired to think, so you believe what you're told. Too drained to feel, so you seek stimulation instead of connection. And each shortcut takes a little more from you. It becomes harder to hear your intuition. Harder to access creativity, harder to imagine a life outside the loop. And when you crash, when your body says enough, they pathologize it. They call it burnout. They offer solutions, self-care routines, weekend retreats, aromatherapy candles. But all these is a way to keep you functional. They treat the symptom, never the root, because the root is dangerous. The root is the realization that the system itself is the disease, that healing is not a side project, it's a rebellion, and that rest is not just rest, it's a revolution. Because rested people remember. They remember who they are. They remember what they love. They remember that their worth is not conditional. They begin to prioritize presence over performance, process over productivity, joy over justifications. and the economy of exhaustion begins to crumble. That's what's at stake. That's why rest is radical, because a rested mind can't be manipulated. A rested body doesn't settle for survival. A rested soul becomes luminous, and that light makes illusions impossible to maintain. But to get there, you have to see the cycle. You have to name it, and then, slowly, you begin to unplug. You begin to say no to the things that drain you. You begin to ask, what would my day look like if I wasn't trying to prove my worth? Who would I be if I stopped running? What would I hear if I stopped filling the silence? These are dangerous questions in a world built on distraction, because they lead to truth. And truth doesn't burn you out. It nourishes, it grounds, it liberates. So, if you're tired, not just physically but existentially, know this. It's not just you, it's the system. You're not broken, you're awakening. You're remembering that exhaustion is not your natural state, it's your warning signal. And once you listen, really listen, you'll realize that healing isn't about getting back to work. It's about reclaiming your life, your energy, your attention, your pace. And in doing that, you stop being a product of the machine. You become a creator again, a force, a presence, not because you're pushing harder, but because you finally stopped. And in that stopping, something ancient returns, something sacred, something they hoped you'd forget, but now you remember. There was a time when your attention was yours, when you could sit in silence and feel the rhythm of your own thoughts, when you could hear a full idea from beginning to end without interruption, when your focus was a stream, uninterrupted, whole, alive. But now, your thoughts flicker, your memory skips. You reread the same sentence 3 times. You open your phone for one thing and emerge 30 minutes later wondering what you came for. It feels like your mind is no longer your own. And that's because it's not. Your focus has been stolen, not lost, not weakened, stolen, and not by accident, by design. There is a war against your attention, a quiet war, waged not with bombs or bullets, but with notifications, ads, scrolls, pings, alerts, endless feeds, a war of interruption, of fragmentation, of engineered addiction. Because your focus, your pure, sustained attention, is one of the most valuable resources on this planet. And they want it. Because when you can focus, you become dangerous. When you can hold a thought, you can form an insight. When you can stay present, you can see through illusions. When you can stay still, you can feel the truth. But when you're distracted, you're docile. You're easy to influence, easy to sell to, easy to scare, easy to shape. And so, over time, your attention has been turned against you, monetized, auctioned, trained like a circus animal to respond to novelty, noise, chaos. Think about it. Every app on your phone is in a battle to steal your gaze. They study your behavior, they track your eye movements, they learn your rhythms. When you're tired, when you're bored, when you're most likely to engage. They send you just the right buzz at just the right time. They show you content that shocks you, flatters you, outrages you, not because it matters, but because it works, because distraction is profitable. If they can keep you scrolling, they can keep you buying. If they can keep you reacting, they can keep you divided. If they can keep you shallow, they can keep you asleep. It's not just about entertainment, it's about control. Because when your focus is broken, your will is softened. You become less deliberate, less grounded, more impulsive, more suggestible. You click instead of contemplating. You consume instead of creating. You react instead of responding. And this happens thousands of times a day. Tiny moments where your power leaks, where your consciousness is siphoned into algorithms. And all of it feels normal. That's the most dangerous part. We've come to accept fractured focus as a condition of modern life. We joke about short attention spans. We blame ourselves for not being able to concentrate. We shame ourselves for being lazy or undisciplined. But what if you're not broken? What if your mind is responding exactly as it was trained to? What if your inability to focus is the result of millions of micro-manipulations you didn't consent to? Because this war doesn't just happen on your screen, it happens in your nervous system. Your physiology is being rewired to chase dopamine, to seek novelty, to fear silence, to crave stimulation, and it's making you sick, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, because without focus, you can't go deep. You can't stay with discomfort long enough to heal. You can't hold a dream long enough to birth it. You can't connect with others deeply or with yourself. You float, you skim, you bounce from thought to thought, tab to tab, app to app, always grazing, never digesting. And that leaves you empty. You feel it. That quiet restlessness, that nervous energy, that inability to sit still even when nothing demands your attention. That's not just a bad habit. That's trauma from a system that has been feeding off your awareness for years. Because awareness is power. And when you can't hold it, you can't use it. That's the game. Keep people distracted and you never have to censor them. Keep them entertained and they won't notice they're being manipulated. Keep them busy and they won't realize they're being robbed. And the theft is massive, not just of your time, but of your presence, your clarity, your ability to discern truth from noise. When was the last time you sat with your thoughts, uninterrupted? When was the last time you followed one thread all the way to its end? When was the last time you listened to someone, really listened, without rehearsing your reply, checking your phone, drifting off? We've been trained to be half there, half engaged, half alive. But life doesn't happen in halves. It happens in wholeness, and that wholeness begins with focus. Not just the ability to concentrate on a task, but the ability to anchor into the moment, to be here, fully. And to do that, you have to reclaim what was stolen. You have to take your attention back. That means turning things off. Not just your phone, your autopilot. That means setting boundaries. That means learning to sit with the itch, the urge to check, to scroll, to escape, and not act on it. That means retraining your nervous system to tolerate stillness, to reawaken the part of you that can rest in a single moment, because that part still exists. It's not gone, just buried, and the more you feed it, the stronger it becomes. And as your focus returns, so does your power. You start to notice what really matters. You start to see through the noise. You start to question what you're told. You start to create instead of consume. You start to remember your mind is sacred, not a playground for corporations, not a battleground for algorithms. A temple, a source, a vessel for something infinite. And the more you protect it, the more clearly you hear your soul. And that voice, your real voice, is what the system fears most. Because it doesn't scroll, it doesn't click, it doesn't care about trends, it cares about truth. And truth requires attention, truth requires stillness, truth requires depth. So, no, you're not broken, you're not lazy, you're not failing. You're waking up inside a system that depends on your distraction. And that wake up, it's the first act of resistance. It's the moment you stop leaking power and start living with intention again. And that intention, quiet, steady, unshakable, is what will bring you home. They hand it to you early. Neatly packaged, glossy, market trusted. A dream you didn't ask for but somehow still believe in. The big job, the corner office, the perfect family, the 6-figure salary, the 5-star vacation, the well-earned retirement. You're told that if you follow the steps, study hard, go to college, get a stable job, stay loyal, upgrade often, contribute to your 401k, then you'll find purpose. You'll feel fulfilled, you'll be successful, you'll matter. But what if none of that was ever designed to fulfill you? What if the purpose you've been sold was never about you in the first place? What if it was manufactured, intentionally, strategically, to keep you occupied, to keep you spending, to keep you striving, to keep you just content enough not to question the game, but just dissatisfied enough to keep playing it. That's how fake purpose works. It doesn't scream. It seduces. It mimics the shape of meaning without the substance. And it's profitable. Wildly profitable. Because when you chase a dream you didn't create, you become predictable. You consume in predictable ways. You fear in predictable patterns. You place your hopes in predictable places, careers, brands, political parties, institutions, and when those hopes inevitably fall short, you blame yourself. You think you're unmotivated, undisciplined, broken. You think if you just tried harder, pushed more, climbed faster, it would finally click. But it doesn't. Never does. Because it's not your dream, it's a distraction, a decoy. A loop. It keeps you oriented around external metrics, titles, income, praise, performance. So you never stop long enough to ask the real question, what do I actually want? Not what have I been told to want, not what makes me look good, not what earns approval, but what actually lights me up, what makes me feel alive. That question is dangerous, because once you ask it, the illusion starts to crack. You start to see how your so-called goals were implanted, how your ambitions were shaped by advertising, media, culture, comparison, how your dream job is just a socially accepted form of self-abandonment, how your endless striving has more to do with fear of stillness than love of life. But here's the secret they don't want you to realize. Real purpose doesn't feel like pressure. It feels like alignment. It doesn't exhaust you, it expands you. It doesn't require you to contort yourself, it requires you to come home to yourself. And coming home, that terrifies the system. Because people rooted in real purpose are hard to manipulate. They don't chase status. They don't compete for crumbs. They don't need permission to create. They're less loyal to institutions and more loyal to integrity. They can't be sold distractions because they've tasted depth. They can't be pacified with paychecks because they've tapped into power. And power, real power, doesn't need a script. It writes its own. But to access that, you have to unplug from the dream you've been sold. The dream that tells you your worth is measured by how productive you are. The dream that says, sacrifice, now, live later. The dream that says, keep grinding. Even if your soul is whispering, this isn't it. You have to be willing to let it die. The false dream, the borrowed ambition, the pressure to prove. That death feels like loss at first, like uncertainty, like emptiness. Because the scaffolding that held your identity starts to fall away. But in that space, something real begins to stir. Not a slogan, not a strategy, a knowing. A remembering, the child version of you who used to dream wildly, who used to create for the joy of it, who played without needing permission. That part of you is still there, it got buried. But it didn't die, and the more you listen, the more you realize your purpose was never out there. It was never in a job description, never in a resume, never in a product. It was in you, waiting. And here's the thing. That purpose may never make sense to the world. It may not be easy to monetize. It may not go viral. It may not get you applause. But it will feel right. It will resonate. It will settle in your bones like truth. And you will stop needing constant validation because your compass will be internal. That's the shift. From external direction to internal devotion. From chasing significance to embodying essence, from doing what looks good to doing what feels true. And when you live from that place, you stop being a pawn. You stop being a customer. You stop being a follower. You become sovereign, not because you have it all figured out, but because you've stopped betraying yourself. And in a world built on self-abandonment, self-loyalty is rebellion. That's what this war is about. Not money, not fame, not even productivity. It's about your soul. your attention, your devotion, because when you stop giving those away to fake dreams, the system loses control. So they keep selling you new ones, repackaged, polished, marketed as authentic, disruptive, game-changing. But if the result is still disconnection, still burnout, still a life that looks good on paper and feels hollow in your chest, then it's just another trap, another loop, another profit scheme dressed up as purpose. So what do? You slow down. You unplug. You get quiet. You ask questions. You grieve what was never yours. You honor what's rising within. And you begin to build, not to impress, not to achieve, not to arrive, but to express, to be in communion with life, to serve something deeper than ego. And that service, that's real purpose. It's not something you find, it's something you remember. And once you do, no one can sell you anything to replace it. Because when you know who you are, you stop being for sale. You've been taught to believe that truth is rare, that it's buried in ancient scrolls or hidden behind secret doors, that it takes decades of study, long pilgrimages, or special access to finally uncover what's real. But the most profound truths don't hide in the shadows. They stand in the open, in plain sight, right in front of you. And still, most never see them. Not because they can't, but because they've been conditioned not to look. Because the greatest trick isn't hiding the truth. It's convincing you not to search for it where it actually lives. It's surrounding you with noise, distraction, and false authority so thoroughly that you forget you even have the power to see. You learn early on to defer your perception, to ignore your gut, to doubt your own eyes and ears, to place more trust in headlines than heartbeats, in textbooks over intuition, in credentials over conscience. You begin to believe that truth must be complex, that it must sound intellectual, that it must wear a lab coat, speak in code, or be approved by an institution. So when something feels true, deeply, undeniably true, but doesn't come from an official source, you hesitate, you second-guess, you silence yourself. But the real truth is often painfully simple, and it doesn't need to shout. It doesn't need credentials, it doesn't need consensus, it just is. And it's been speaking to you all along, through your body, through your curiosity, through your discomfort, through the tiny whispers you've learned to ignore. You walk past it every day. It's in the way your job drains you even though it looks good on paper. It's in the way your smile feels forced when you're supposed to be happy. It's in the unease you feel when the news tells you how to feel. It's in the contradiction between what you're told is true and what you feel is true. And that tension, that inner dissonance, is not a glitch. It's a clue. Because truth doesn't need to be hunted. It needs to be seen. And it's hidden in plain sight because that's the only place it can survive without being destroyed. If truth were buried deep, someone would dig it up and sell it. If it were locked away, someone would patent the key. But placed in the open, in the mundane, in the ordinary, in the familiar, it becomes invisible. Because we've been trained to look everywhere but here. You were told the answers are outside you. In degrees, in doctrines, in experts, in systems, in saviors. You were told to memorize facts, not to feel resonance, to seek confirmation, not confrontation, to value proof more than presence. So truth became this far-off thing, a concept, an intellectual pursuit, something to earn through effort and approval. But real truth doesn't need effort. It requires stillness. It requires honesty. It requires the courage to see what's right in front of you, even when everyone else pretends it's not there. That's what makes it so elusive, not because it's hidden well, but because it asks you to be willing to see differently, to unlearn, to remove the filters, to strip away the narratives you inherited from school, media, religion, family, society. To recognize that most of what you were taught wasn't education, it was orientation, programming, a way of shaping your mind so you never noticed the truth that surrounded you, because if you saw it, truly saw it, the game would be over. You'd stop playing roles, you'd stop outsourcing your authority, you'd stop being manageable. Because when you see truth clearly, you stop buying lies. In every sense. You stop buying the lie that you need to be fixed. You stop buying the lie that you need permission. You stop buying the lie that worth must be earned. And those are the lies that fuel entire industries. So what happens if you wake up? What happens if you realize the emperor has no clothes, that the expert has no wisdom, that the system has no soul, that the doctrine has no heart? You start seeing with new eyes. You start feeling the truth in places you were told to dismiss, in dreams, in symbols, in patterns, in silence. You begin to understand that truth isn't linear, it's fractal. It's not delivered, it's remembered. And once it's remembered, no one can take it from you. Because it's not knowledge, it's knowing. It's not what you think, it's what you are. And that's what makes you powerful. Because a person who knows themselves can't be controlled. A person who sees clearly becomes unshakable. They stop falling for the tricks, the false flags, the fear campaigns, the marketing schemes dressed up as movements, the wars disguised as peace, the narratives dressed as care. They stop assuming that just because something is mainstream it must be true. They start questioning not just what they see, but why they're seeing it. Who benefits from the belief? Who profits from the confusion? Who stays in power when you doubt yourself? These are the questions the system trains you not to ask, because the moment you do, the spell begins to break. You start noticing things. How the loudest voices often have the most to lose. How the most censored questions are the ones closest to liberation. How the things that feel most sacred are the things culture mocks. And suddenly you realize, truth has always been whispering, not in institutions, but in instincts, not in authority, but in awareness, not in force, but in frequency, and once you tune in even slightly, you begin to see it everywhere, in the look of a child who hasn't learned to lie, in the silence between words, in the deep exhale when you let yourself feel. You start to see that truth doesn't scream, because it doesn't have to compete. It simply waits, patiently, for the noise to settle, for the programming to wear off, for you to stop running and turn inward. Because that's the final twist. The place they told you never to look inside is the only place the truth was ever hiding. And now that you're looking, you'll never unsee it again. It's easy to assume that most people stay asleep because they just don't know, that they haven't been told the truth yet, that they're missing some key piece of information, and that once they hear it, once they see it, they'll wake up. But the longer you walk this path, the clearer it becomes. Ignorance isn't the reason people stay asleep. Fear is. The truth is not hidden because it's complicated. It's hidden because it's uncomfortable. It asks too much. It demands too much. It shatters too much. And most people are not willing to pay the price of that awakening, because waking up doesn't just change what you believe, it changes who you are. It starts quietly. A feeling, a moment of clarity, a single sentence that doesn't sit right, a headline that doesn't make sense, a memory you suddenly remember differently, and for a brief second, you're suspended between worlds. The programmed version of reality begins to flicker. You feel the crack, the tremble, the invitation. But to follow it, to go deeper, that's where most turn away. Because waking up means confronting the possibility that much of what you were taught about history, about society, about identity, about success, even about love, was never true. It means admitting that you trusted systems that betrayed you. It means seeing how you participated in your own suppression, how you dismissed your own intuition, how you enforced rules that harmed others because you thought it was right. And facing that, that's not easy. It requires humility. It requires grief. It requires letting go of the safety that illusion provides. Because illusions are comfortable, they come with a script. They tell you how to behave, what to say, what to believe, and even if that script is suffocating, it's predictable. It provides structure. It gives people a sense of control, or at least the illusion of it. Waking up removes the script. It forces you to write your own. And that's terrifying for someone who's spent their whole life being directed, evaluated, judged, and rewarded for compliance. For someone who's been told that truth comes from outside, from experts, from institutions, from tradition. So what do most people do? They resist, they mock, they defend the dream even when it's killing them, not because they're stupid, not because they're uninformed, but because the pain of truth threatens the false peace they've built their identity upon. To wake up is to die. At least a version of you must. The version that believed without questioning. The version that chased without knowing why. The version that found comfort in the crowd. And death, even symbolic death, is terrifying. Most people would rather preserve a false self than risk losing it all to find what's real. So they cling to the job they hate because it's secure, to the relationship that drains them because it's normal, to the beliefs that no longer fit because they're familiar. They watch the signs, but they look away. They hear the whispers, but they drown them in distraction. They taste truth, but spit it out because it doesn't go down easy. And they call this rational. They call this mature. They call this being realistic. But deep down, they know. Everyone knows. Even the most asleep among us feels it. That quiet ache, that dull hum beneath the noise, that sense that something is off, that something important has been forgotten. And they do everything they can to keep it buried. They numb it with entertainment, drown it in routine, soothe it with products. But it's still there, waiting, watching, whispering. And every now and then something cracks through. A loss, a crisis, a breakdown, a brush with silence. And in that moment they get a glimpse, a flash of what they've been avoiding. And then they face a choice, go deeper or retreat. Most retreat, not because they can't see, but because they don't want to feel. Because awakening isn't just about information, it's about transformation. It's about burning away the lies you told yourself to survive. It's about being honest about your own avoidance. It's about learning to stand without the scaffolding of a broken world. And that's too much for many. So no, most people don't stay asleep because they lack truth. They stay asleep because truth asks them to change. And change is terrifying when your identity is tied to the dream. So they close their eyes. They scroll past. They keep walking. Because in a world built on illusion, sleep feels like safety, even if it's not. Awakening sounds beautiful when you hear it spoken from a stage or printed in poetic language. It sounds like bliss, like enlightenment, like a grand reveal that suddenly makes life peaceful and clear. But the real thing, the raw, untamed experience of actually waking up, is something else entirely. It's not bliss at first. It's pain. It's disorientation. It's grieving a version of reality you once clung to for safety, and that's why it's rare. Most people don't avoid truth because they don't care about it. They avoid it because it breaks things. It breaks the stories they've told themselves. It breaks the systems they've put their faith in. It breaks the image they've constructed, the identity they've invested in, the relationships built on mutual illusion. Truth doesn't arrive gently. It arrives like a storm. And it doesn't ask for permission. When you begin to see clearly, you don't just gain insight, you lose comfort. You lose the ability to pretend. You lose the pleasure of ignorance. And that loss burns. Because illusion feels better. It flatters you. It lets you sleep through discomfort. It tells you what you want to hear, that you're doing fine, that the world is basically fair, that people in power are looking out for you, that if you just keep working hard and playing by the rules, everything will eventually make sense. Truth tells you otherwise. Truth shows you the cracks in the system. It shows you how much of your energy has been given to things that do not serve your soul. It shows you the lies you've internalized, the roles you've played, the ways you've betrayed yourself for belonging or approval. And when you first see that, it doesn't feel like freedom. It feels like loss. Because truth doesn't just change what you see, it changes what you can no longer unsee. You begin to look around at the world and realize how much of it is performance, how much is posturing, how much is rooted in fear, in manipulation, in deep unconscious agreements to keep things looking normal when they are anything but. And you can't play the same roles anymore. You can't pretend to believe what no longer resonates. You can't smile through systems that make your soul ache. That makes people uncomfortable, including you. Because now you stand out. Now you feel things others don't want to feel. You say things that pierce illusions. You ask questions people aren't ready to answer. And at first, that isolation feels like exile. You miss the old you. The one who could coast, who could blend in, who didn't carry this weight of knowing. You wonder if it's worth it. You wonder if you made a mistake. But deep down you know you didn't. Because no matter how painful awakening is, it's also real. And realness has a texture that illusion can never imitate. It has weight. It has depth. It doesn't shift with every trend or collapse at the first sign of crisis. It holds, even when it hurts. And slowly the pain changes. It transforms. It becomes clarity. It becomes discernment. It becomes peace. Not the peace of denial, but the peace of presence. The kind of peace that comes from no longer running, no longer pretending, no longer selling your energy to the highest bidder. The kind of peace that allows you to sit with yourself fully and know that even if the world doesn't understand you, you are no longer fragmented. But to reach that place, you have to walk through the fire. You have to feel what you were taught to avoid. You have to grieve what you lost, even if what you lost was never truly yours. You have to face the parts of you that believed the lies, that cooperated with your own confinement, and that takes courage most people aren't taught to cultivate. We are taught to seek comfort, to avoid confrontation, to chase ease, to numb pain, and awakening runs counter to all of that, which is why it's rare, because it's a lonely road at first. It asks everything. It offers no shortcuts, but for those who walk it, something extraordinary happens. Not all at once, not in a dramatic transformation, but gradually. You stop needing to be liked. You stop needing to be right. You stop needing certainty. You start listening to your own truth more than external validation. You start building from a place of inner knowing, not outer approval. You stop asking for directions and start trusting your own compass. And one day, you look around and realize the pain didn't break you. It opened you. It carved space for something deeper. It stripped away the noise so you could hear your own voice again. And that voice, your truth, becomes the foundation for everything that follows. No longer easy, no longer perfect, but finally, fully yours. From the moment you opened your eyes in this world, something sacred lived in you, a wildness, a spark, a knowing. Before you had a name, before you were told the rules, before you were dressed in expectations, you were free. You cried when you needed to. You moved when you felt like it. You reached for what called to you. You were aligned with your instinct, your rhythm, your essence. You weren't trying to fit in. You weren't trying to behave. You weren't trying to be good, because your soul didn't come here to obey. You came here to express, to explore, to evolve. You came here to remember who you are through the raw and wild unfolding of life. But that remembering was interrupted, not by accident, but by design. Because a free being, a fully expressed, sovereign, awake being, cannot be controlled. And control is the cornerstone of this system. So they began early, teaching you how to trade your truth for approval, how to quiet your voice to avoid punishment, how to sit still, raise your hand, follow directions, and be rewarded for submission. You learned how to shrink your questions, doubt your feelings, and silence your power. And it wasn't just in school. It was everywhere, in family, in media, in religion, in every institution that promised you a place in the world. If only you'd play by their rules. And slowly, you forgot. You forgot what it felt like to trust your body. You forgot the language of your own intuition. You forgot that your worth was never meant to be negotiated. You learned how to perform instead of participate, how to survive instead of live, how to conform instead of create. But something in you never surrendered. No matter how much you adapted, there was always a piece of you that didn't buy the story. That piece that felt restless, misunderstood, out of place. The piece that got labeled rebellious, dramatic, sensitive, intense. That was never rebellion. That was remembrance. The part of you that knew obedience wasn't the point. Alignment was. You weren't meant to memorize someone else's version of truth. You were meant to feel it, to walk it, to embody it. But they couldn't allow that. Because a being in alignment becomes unpredictable, uncontainable, unmanageable, and that threatens a world built on sameness, on rules, on hierarchy. So they taught you to betray yourself. Gently, consistently, over time. Every time you nodded when you wanted to scream. Every time you smiled when you felt numb. Every time you said yes to avoid discomfort. Those weren't small moments, they were rehearsals. Rehearsals for a life that wasn't yours, and the longer you rehearsed, the harder it became to tell what was real. But the truth never left. It waited. It waited in the tightness of your chest. In the moments you couldn't explain your sadness, in the dreams that kept returning even after you buried them, in the strange ache you felt while watching someone live freely, not out of envy but remembrance. That ache is not your enemy, it's your map. It's the part of you that remembers your original assignment. You didn't come here to obey. You came here to respond, not to commands, but to life, to the pull of your soul, to the whisper of the universe inside you. That's why obedience has always felt heavy. It's not in your nature. You're not here to fit into the box. You're here to remember. You're the one who was born to redesign it, or walk away from it entirely. But to do that, you have to unlearn. You have to dismantle the reflex to ask for permission. You have to stop apologizing for being too much, too loud, too emotional, too intense. You have to stop believing that following the rules will earn you peace. Because peace isn't earned through obedience. It's found in authenticity. And authenticity often requires disobedience. It requires saying no, even when it's uncomfortable. It requires letting go of roles that feel safe but suffocating. It requires trusting your body more than a schedule, your intuition more than an expert, your truth more than tradition. And yes, it's messy. Yes, it's terrifying, but it's real. And once you taste what's real, you won't go back. Because you'll realize that the life you were taught to want, the life of quiet obedience, quiet desperation, was never about you. It was about keeping the world predictable, easy to manage, profitable. You are not here to be manageable. You're here to be alive, to feel deeply, to break patterns, to heal wounds, to disrupt cycles, to embody a new way of being that starts with not betraying yourself anymore. So don't shrink, don't silence, don't submit. Stand up not in defiance, but in remembrance. Because you were never meant to obey. You were meant to awaken. No one's coming. Not the government, not the guru, not the expert, not the friend who says they understand, not the system that says it's here to protect you, not even the voice in your head that sometimes plays savior and sometimes plays victim. No one is coming to rescue you. And that's not bad news. It's liberation, because the idea that someone else is going to unlock your cage, that one day something will click and you'll be allowed to finally live the way you've always dreamed, that's the lie, that's the stall, that's the trap. Because as long as you believe the gatekeeper is outside you, you'll keep waiting for a moment that never comes. You'll keep playing small. You'll keep asking for validation before taking a step. You'll keep searching for signs, for signals, for approval, anything that tells you it's okay now, you can begin now, you can be real now. But the truth? You were never waiting for a door to open. You were waiting for the courage to walk through one that's already been open the whole time. Because freedom doesn't come with applause. It doesn't come with a certificate. It doesn't come wrapped in certainty or permission slips. It comes quietly, through choice. It comes the moment you stop abandoning yourself and start honoring the truth that's been whispering all along. You already know. You already feel it. You already have what you need. And you always have. You just didn't believe you were allowed to trust it. You were taught to defer, to delay, to obey, to suppress. You were taught that freedom was conditional, that it had to be earned, granted, negotiated. But real freedom doesn't ask for credentials. It asks for devotion, to your soul, to your knowing, to the version of you that existed before the world trained you to play nice, because that's the version of you that's still alive, still intact, still waiting. And now is the moment you remember that no one has more authority over your life than you do. No contract, no belief, no institution, no inherited trauma is more powerful than your choice to break the cycle. But you have to choose. No one can do that for you. You have to stop performing. You have to stop waiting for signs. You have to stop believing you're broken just because you don't feel aligned with a broken world. You're not broken. You're breaking free. And yes, it will cost you. It will cost you certainty. It will cost you comfort. It will cost you belonging in places you never really belonged in. It might even cost you people who only knew the version of you that played along. But what you gain your soul back. You gain peace that isn't dependent on how things look. You gain the ability to breathe fully without shrinking to fit someone else's mold. You gain the clarity to walk your path, even when no one understands it. Even when it's lonely, even when it's terrifying, because there is no map for this. There's only trust. And trust isn't given to you, it's something you grow into, one choice at a time, one truth at a time, one moment of saying, I'm done waiting, at a time. This world isn't set up for your liberation, it's set up for your obedience, your quiet compliance, your slow surrender to systems that promise safety and deliver numbness. But beneath all of that, beneath the noise, the fear, the programming, your soul is untouched, untamed, unafraid. It's been calling to you, in the stillness, in the discomfort, in the ache for more. And now it's louder, now it's undeniable, now it's reminding you, you're not here to follow, you're not here to wait, you're here to remember. And remembering doesn't require permission. It requires presence. It requires willingness. It requires the kind of courage that doesn't come from a pep talk or a plan, but from a sacred internal decision to stop pretending you're anything less than powerful. This isn't about rebellion for the sake of rebellion. It's about reclaiming what was always yours, your voice, your rhythm, your pace, your boundaries, your truth, your freedom. And once you feel that, really feel it, no one can take it from you, because you didn't borrow it. You didn't buy it, you became it. And now every step you take from this moment on is a declaration. I don't need permission. I don't need approval. I don't need to be saved. I was always the one meant to wake up, and now that I have, I'm not going back.